Oh, good morning, everyone. We're going to begin the administration meeting for Otsego County. We're going to start with Jeanette Pavlis, Community Services. Morning, Jeanette.
Good morning. Okay, I'd like to start with approval to pay criminal court in the amount of $141,247.26 for a period of July 1st, 2025 through July 31st of 2025.
So moved.
Second.
Is that for two individuals?
That is for two individuals for 31 days and then one individual for 24 days.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Okay, do we have any further questions or discussion on this one?
What happens if we don't pay this?
Theoretically, the state would sue us.
Sue or the judge would,
Equally then.
and I'm fairly certain they would take Ed to jail in that case, not me, but.
No, we're gonna give up Keith.
Yeah.
No, it'd probably be
I'd
that.
go, it's better than I do, but no, I shouldn't. Probably.
I'm into that.
I know, I did wonder that too.
There is a county that is not paying. I think it's Franklin.
Jefferson County.
I knew it was a president
Oh,
or a notable
yeah.
county. Jefferson. I know.
Yeah. We,
But that
I don't
is
think
still-
we're at that stage yet, like we still have a little contingency to pay it with.
If we pay this and the other request for contingency that has already come up, we should have spent about 500,000 thus far this year, out of 1,600 that we, or 1.6 million.
Yeah.
That we had. in
What was this amount again?
141K.
And 26 cents.
Oh,
And I think the sheriff's office, which is also has traditionally been a big user of contingency, they have pretty deliberately asked for big requests so they don't have to come back, and hopefully they won't. But
Hopefully.
that was a little bit different than they had done. I mean, I think the strategy last time was to go in smaller chunks as it becomes clearer, but they're, please note, I'm saying this, they're being very responsible with their contingency.
But the bottom line is it's taxpayers' money and that money has to be made up in the next budget.
yes, because we can't move it in.
You know, and it just,
Gone.
I mean, I've told a couple board meetings about this and people can't believe what this is. And, it just boggles my mind. You know, it seems so there ought to be another way to handle it.
Yeah. Yes. You are correct.
And there used to be when the state
Yes.
paid half, or was there ever a time when the
Yeah,
state
oh, yeah.
paid all?
But they just keep dumping stuff on us.
Yes.
Alan is gonna have, a little bit later, is gonna have a presentation from an accounting firm that has done an analysis across all New York counties. Big picture, not focused on this.
Mhm.
The fiscal situation we find ourselves in looks to be pretty common. It's fundamental, revenues are relatively flat, not increasing that much. Expenses are going higher, and you know, it's not like we are throwing money at our departments in general.
No, I know that.
Oh, the expenses
but-
are, this is a mandated expense, an
Right.
unfunded mandated expense. So
Right.
this is a.
And there's a lot of that.
Yeah.
We're number 4 from the bottom for taxation as a county.
Yes.
Right,
We're one of the lowest counties for taxation.
yes.
That's changing pretty fast. I mean, as far as charging for taxes, you mean the rate we charge people?
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Well,
I've had 6
So what
phone calls in a week.
So what I'm saying is, it hits a county like us hard.
Yes.
it does. It does.
Oh, I thought I
Okay,
had
but we do
signs.
have-
Sorry. Sorry.
All right, man.
We do have the, do we also have to do with the budget mod to do the contingency?
I think that's a little bit later,
Oh,
her agenda.
oh, within Jeanette's agenda. Which I don't have pulled up here, but I do have it right here. Okay, so the approval for the budget transfer from contingents, oh, so
We
no.
haven't voted on.
Approval to pay the criminal court We have a motion and a second. Anything else before we vote? We'll go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Yes.
McCarty,
Yes.
Wilbur,
Aye.
Martini,
Aye.
Marietta,
Yes.
Katon.
Okay, no no's or abstaining, that motion passes. Okay, Jeanette, back to you.
Thank you. Approval for budget transfer from contingency in the amount of $141,247.26. Transfer from A1990-54800 to A4390546960 our criminal actions line.
So moved.
Second.
Any further questions or discussion? Okay, we'll go to a vote on this.
Kennedy,
Yes.
McCarty,
Aye.
Wilbur,
Aye.
Martini,
Aye.
Marietta,
Yes.
Katon.
Okay, that passes.
Thank you. The
Mm.
next item is approval to pay an employee a total of $26,250 at $8,750 per payment from OMH Community Mental Health Loan Repayment Program. This is no county money. This is a program that the state put out for social workers if they qualified. We do have somebody who was approved. Steve has signed the original contract. We have a contract with the employee waiting for Steve to sign so we can move forward with giving this individual their money.
So moved.
Second.
Any questions or discussion?
This a county employee?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
this- Half of their salary?
I'm
Yes.
sorry.
I said, this is a county employee and this is on top of their salary?
Correct.
Yes, state program to repay student loans to get more,
It's like a hiring incentive.
yeah, it was a hiring incentive. That we agreed to when we hired the individual.
And accepted the money from the
Yeah,
state.
it's all state.
Well, we have the money.
Yeah, we
So
have it in hand. We have it in hand, so. So, yeah, and we don't do this across the board, it's just for those areas where we have a very difficult time of finding people.
And people have to qualify for the
Right.
repayment program, so.
And do they look to see how much their student loan debt is as compared to what they're receiving? Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
Right, we wanna make sure. Yeah. Good point, that's a good question. Okay, so we'll go to a vote on this,
Kennedy,
yes?
McCarty,
Aye.
Wilbur,
Aye.
Martini,
Aye.
Marietta,
Yes.
Katon.
Yeah, that motion passes.
Thank
Yeah.
you. I have another budget modification from line A444900 OMH salary sharing in the amount of $33,770. It's going into three different lines. It would 3,500 into material and supplies, line A4310-5450000. $200 into our other budget line of A4310-5480000 and $30,070 into our contracts line, which is A4310-5490000.
So moved.
Second.
Jeanette, could you explain this one a little bit? I'm not familiar with the program. Just give us a little bit of background about what the contract is or how it's salary sharing.
So we get money from OMH and they call it salary sharing money, and we have to spend a certain amount by every year by the end of the year. Like for example, this year we have $88,780 that has to be spent by the end of this year. We have a whole budget for this of an additional $247,894. Salary sharing can only be used for like improvements of the clinic, employee stuff, if we wanted to buy additional furniture, things like that. It's for the mental health clinic. We can use it for contracts to help the people who we contract for the OMH clinics.
Okay. All right.
Will that 30 go to a specific contract?
Well, we're not a specific, we have let's see, 3 people that we contract, actually, I'm sorry, 4 people in the OMH line, so we're just gonna add it to our contract line as it's starting to dwindle down to make sure we have enough to cover for the year.
Are those like providers?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Jeanette. Appreciate that little extra info on how that works. But the underlying principle here is that it is an Office of Mental Health from New York State funds that we are given to spend to help your office and the people who you serve, so. Okay, anything else before we vote? We'll go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Yes.
McCarty, Wilbur,
Aye.
Martini, Marietta.
Peyton.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes.
Okay, thank you. The last thing I have is approval. We have a quote from our clearinghouse for $17,124 for the year. This includes an increase in our annual claim transactions from 7,200 to 10,000 claims. I will say last year, it seems like every year towards the last 2 or 3 months, we always overgo our claim amounts and then we get hit $1 per claim. This would also help us avoid overage charges because of that. It also adds the insurance discovery, which would help us find clients' insurance using just a name and a date of birth, which we find helpful because sometimes clients come in not knowing their insurance. Maybe their insurance switched and they didn't know themselves. They may not come back with the correct insurance. It's a platform fee of $5.98 and the regular insurance verification. So the quote, let's see, adding those, it would be a quote of $1,150 per month, which would make monthly charges up to $1,427 per month, and a total for the annual fee of $17,124.
So moved.
Second.
Any questions or discussion on this one?
Have you used them before?
Yes, we currently use them. They offer different tiers of services. So the next tier up is what we're asking for, because it would give us more options and honestly save us money in the long run. As I stated, the last few months of the year, we usually go over our overages for claims, and then every claim we submit, they charge us $1. And that also includes if we submit a claim, if it's incomplete, they send it back, we submit it again, we get charged that, so we'll get charged $2 off of one claim.
Would this be for 26?
I'm sorry?
Would this be for next year for 26?
Well, we would probably sign the contract and get it implemented, I'd say in the next month or 2.
And on the paying for it side, do you have funds for this purpose in your budget to finish out 2025, or will you
Yes.
need? Oh, you
No.
do.
We have money for this.
Else? We'll go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Yes.
McCarty,
Aye.
Wilbur,
Aye.
Martini, Marietta.
Peyton.
Thanks.
Okay, that passes.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay, you too, Jeanette. Oh, Jeanette, hold on a sec. I have a question.
On the first one that you got approval for the court, do you have an idea of what it might be for the end of the year? What we might be looking at each month between now and the end of the year?
Multiply that by 3, you got about 500,000.
I don't, only because, we send people as they come in and need to go. And then they release people as they feel that they're okay. I do have the bill for August, which I'll be asking for next month. It went down a little bit. It's down to $101,829. And that's for 2 individuals, 31 days each. So if they continue to keep those 2 and we don't send anymore, we'll be looking at, almost 102 for the next few months, every month.
I have a quick follow-up too. Are you? Are you in constant contact, or is there a person who calls you or you call to discuss this particular, the criminal court issue? Like those individuals, can you call and say like, how's it going? Or do they call you and say, oh, okay. Okay.
We
You're not
we
saying
try.
That would
I
be-
try. I do have a contact at the facility that they're in, and she is very graciously will speak to me and give me an update. However, I have requested like their treatment plan and their records, and I'm told I cannot have them under mental hygiene law. The DCS can have them. I sent them the mental hygiene law, but their legal department got involved, and as of a few months ago, they're refusing to give them to me.
Maybe we should
They start here.
our legal side involved with their legal side.
Yeah.
I will say this, so the last person who was released and sent back to our county jail, they actually sent me a packet that he was being released and some updated information on him, which I've in all my years have never received that. So I think OMH is starting to hold them a little more accountable for communication, which I think is great, but it's just the communication why they're there. I can't find out like their treatment plan, what they're doing, how they're doing, which makes it difficult. Like I think if we're paying the bill and they're coming back to our county, we should have updated information as well, you know, wraparound services, should they get released back to the community. We want to make sure they stay on the right path, but we usually don't get anything.
Okay, well, thanks for that info.
There is legislation moving through the state to change this. It's hard to say what will then happen.
What to take care of us?
Yeah.
Really?
I think I mentioned it last main meeting, but there's a bill A5567A currently sitting in the assembly that would help with a lot of this. It passed the Senate, state Senate. What will happen from there is.
What's the bill number?
Here.
I'll get it from you.
Okay. All right,
And this is the chair of the committee.
do you have something?
Yeah, can I just mention, everyone knows this is a challenging budget year. This particular department and the department afterward, they're coming right after them, DSS, we've had a whole bunch of really good conversations and understanding about the steps that need to happen. And I feel pretty good that the information you're going to get will help you making your very difficult budget decisions later on in the year. I just wanted to call these two out as being helpful.
Great, good to hear. Thank you. Thanks, department heads, for that cooperation, and it is complicated, and we know it, so thanks. Okay, Jeanette, are you?
I'm
That
done.
all you first? Okay.
I'm done.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay.
Okay, Lisa. Good morning. I just have one item. I'm requesting a budget transfer from our personal service line for our contract line in the amount of $37,450 to reimburse the county attorney's office for legal services.
Join
Second.
Questions or discussion?
Just a point of clarification, you no doubt are expecting me to object to this because it's coming from personal services. In fact, this is for personal services.
We have to share an
it's-
agreement with the.
Yeah, it's just, that's all it is. So that's why this one is okay, in my view.
Yeah.
Or at least why I haven't pitched a fit.
We were looking forward to the fit.
We don't listen.
Okay, so
I love you too.
we would like to have any other questions or discussion? I think that Steve made it clear. And you have any further clarity they need, just ask, otherwise we'll go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty,
Aye.
Wilbur,
Aye.
Martini,
Aye.
Marietta,
Yes.
Katie.
That motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so this brings us up to the sheriff.
Tammy Reed.
Tammy Reed.
Oh, how did I not? Oh, did we get an updated?
No.
No.
She's on vacation.
You just jumped.
Oh, there it is, OFA, yeah, I don't know, Tammy Reed. Morning, Tammy. We can't hear you.
Sorry about that. Good morning.
Ah, there you are.
I
Okay,
just
now,
have one item. This is a request to approve the purchase of a handicap minivan from Fenton Mobility. This will be to replace our existing minivan through Enterprise. And that would be to provide all of our medical, transportation, shopping that we run 5 days a week. And that would be not to exceed 65,000.
So moved.
Second.
any questions or discussion for Tammy?
I think we already discussed this one.
Yeah, we did. I feel
This
like
is the
we
one
did
that you're
this last
buying instead of
Yep.
leasing because, right?
Correct.
Individualized equipment. Okay, we'll go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Yes,
McCarty,
Aye.
Wilbur,
Aye.
Martini, Marietta,
Yes.
Katon.
okay, that motion is approved.
Okay, that's all I have. If there's no other
Okay.
questions,
Thank you.
thanks.
Okay, so now I have Sheriff Devlin at 9:25. But my other agenda has in here, so,
You ready?
okay, Sheriff, yes, we are ready.
Well, first of all, I'd like to congratulate you, Representative Kennedy, on your vice presidency of NICEAC.
Oh, thank you, Sheriff Devlin. Great.
We're looking for approval for 4 deputy sheriffs to attend the New York State Women in Law Enforcement Conference at a cost of $2,500 for registration and lodging. It's being held in Syracuse.
So moved.
Second.
Any questions? We'll go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Yes,
McCarty,
Aye.
Wilbur,
Aye.
Martini, Marietta,
Yes.
Katon.
that motion passes.
Second is approval to reimburse the city of Oneonta $5,000 from Stop DWI program. We do this annually. The city purchases a law enforcement vehicle. We reimburse them $5,000 towards the purchase of that vehicle. They have put in the proper request and supplied documentation of the purchase.
Second.
Questions, discussion? We'll go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Yes,
McCarty,
Aye.
Wilbur,
Aye.
Martini,
Aye.
Marietta,
Yes.
Katon.
okay, that motion passes.
Approval to purchase video cameras for the jail security system at a cost of $5,600. This is replacing, upgrading, or failing units. I think there's actually 8 camera units being replaced.
So moved.
Second.
Any questions or discussion? We'll go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty,
Aye.
Wilbur,
Aye.
Martini,
Aye.
Marietta,
Yes.
Katon.
Okay, that motion passes.
Approval to purchase gas masks in the amount of $14,500. This is replacing currently expired or unserviceable units.
So moved.
Second.
Any questions, discussion? Go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty,
Aye.
Wilbur,
Aye.
Martini,
Aye.
Marietta,
Yes.
Katon.
Okay, that motion passes.
Requesting, I didn't bring this up at public safety because I didn't have the quote, Dan. So I'll be looking to bring this up as public safety as well. Request to purchase ballistic plates, the amount of $9,300. That's a plate that fits in our current ballistic vest to enhance the safety protection.
I'm sorry, Sheriff. I didn't hear what was you were buying?
Ballistic plates that go in our
Oh, yes. Okay. Yep.
body armor for additional protection.
Yep. So moved.
Any questions or discussion?
You got money in your budget this year for those sheriff, right?
We're using equipment budgeted funds.
You're gonna need a public safety before the board on that?
Well, it depends. I think we have to talk about the jail medical contract this morning. So we would bring that up if we have that meeting, to address that issue. If not, I'll wait till the month after.
Okay,
Right. But in any case, your administration committee approval will probably be forthcoming this morning, so you'll have that in hand.
Yes.
So we'll go to a vote?
Kennedy,
Yes.
McCarty,
Aye.
Wilbur,
Aye.
Marietta, sorry, Martini,
Hi.
Marietta, Katon.
Okay, motion passes.
Too many days off.
Okay,
That's because our names look the same for the first three of them.
Yeah, I have no problem with that myself.
just,
Oh, that might be.
The next request is for contingency funds in the amount of $375,000. This is for inmate boarding to hopefully get us through the remainder of the year. Currently, we have a $74,000 outstanding balance owed to counties.
So,
second, this was approved in PSLA.
didn't we approve this, a month by month instead? Didn't we talk about that doing month by month instead? of
I think we did discuss that, and I think we decided it would be rather difficult, if I'm not mistaken, to do that.
Okay.
okay, so you're gonna do it.
Yeah,
So,
because even if they don't use it, that just goes back to. Right, goes back to contingent, we put that back, and see if they don't use it or back into, it's gonna go into fund balance anyway, at the time,
okay,
right?
Well,
Yeah,
all right, so we'll go to a vote on this.
Kennedy,
Yes.
McCarty.
Aye.
Wilbur.
Aye.
Martini.
Aye.
Marietta.
Yeah.
Katon.
That motion passes.
I didn't know this till yesterday, but we need an executive session for contracts to discuss the jail medical contract. I don't know if you want to do that now or if you want to do that later.
We can do it now.
all right, I'll motion that we go into executive session for the purposes of the medical, financial, credit, or employment history of a particular person or corporation or matters leading to the appointment, employment, promotion, demotion, discipline, suspension, dismissal, or removal of a particular person or corporation.
Second.
I won't.
So do we have, all those in favor of entering the executive session, say aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Who are we?
Okay, so, Sheriff, I believe you'll have to call in
Yes,
on, and,
I'll call you.
Okay.
okay.
You want it?
Recording stopped.
Okay, so we're back live here at the administration committee meeting and going to entertain a motion to return to open session. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Right.
And now we will entertain a motion to approve the jail medical contract with to approve the quote from CFG Medical Services in the amount of $777,000 and $262.
Second.
Questions or discussion for the sheriff or for Monica? Hearing none, we'll go to a vote. Kennedy? Aye. McCarty?
Aye.
Wilbur?
Aye.
Martini? Marietta?
Yes.
Katon? Aye. Okay, that motion passes.
That's all I have for the committee. Chair Wilbur will need a PSLA meeting,
Yes, I'll.
regular board meeting, so we can get this approved.
Didn't we didn't approve this in PSLA?
We discussed it in, executive session, but we didn't make the approval because, we had to get some more information at that point on.
All right. So, I will request that we have a, PSLA meeting prior to the board meeting.
Yeah, if I can get contracts and then equipment, and I can get that ballistic plates approved then too.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Okay,
you.
great. Thank
Have a
you.
great day. Thank you. Take care.
Penny?
Okay, I'm requesting the appointment of Tiffany Roy, Director of Real Property Tax Services 2, for a 6-year term commencing on October 1st, 2025 and ending on September 30th, 2031, at an annual salary of $77,231, which of course would be subject to change based on local law, which you don't have to have in the resolution, but I'm just letting you know.
So moved.
Second.
Questions or discussion?
Is this a standard, 6 years?
I'm sorry.
It's standard 6 years
Yes,
for
it's
this
by law.
position? Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything else? Go to a vote. Kennedy? Aye. McCarty? Wilbur?
Aye.
Martini? Marietta?
Yes.
Katon? Aye. Okay, that motion passes.
Carol, the law is pursuant to section 1530, section 1 of real property tax law. You have that in the notes that I gave you. Okay, thank you. The
Right.
second and last is to approve GML section 207C for correctional officer who was running to aid another correctional officer that was dealing with a disruptive inmate. So requesting approval, and I don't need any voting on it or anything.
Okay, great. You're just, it's in for informational
Yeah.
purposes.
Say that again. I'm not understanding.
There's no note of vote needed. This is just the oversight committee or part of the GML procedure.
So we get told, but it's happening anyway.
Right.
That's all. Sorry.
Thank you.
Here's your pen.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you.
That's it.
Okay, thank you, Penny.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we have. We got this.
Wow.
You come on up if you want to.
Or
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Okay, the first thing that we'd like to request is what is on our agenda. And that is, to authorize the signature to contract for, New York State DEC Municipal Waste Reduction and Recycling Program for recycling coordination, education, planning, and promotion. We're applying for the grant, and this is to get the authority for either Steve as county administrator or as board chair to sign the agreement with the state when we, after we did the paper awards. This just allows us to more quickly sign the contract when it comes. And we are estimating our application amount will be $45,000. It's matched in kind. So it pays for a portion of Kyle's, who is our waste and recycling coordinator, a portion of his salary and fringe, as well as a portion of the cost to conduct outreach. So things like outreach materials, flyers, promotional items, radio ads, stuff like that.
Second.
Any questions or discussion? We'll go to a vote. Kennedy? Aye. McCarty?
Hey. Aye. Yeah,
Oh, that came out weird.
I was swallowing some coffee, don't worry.
Wilbur?
Aye.
Martini? Marietta?
Yes.
Katon? Okay, that motion passes.
I have one thing to discuss, that didn't make it onto our agenda because, the need to come to admin came up, just a day or so ago, so. But that is to bring back for discussion the grant that we had received. It's a federal grant through NYSERDA for the $603,273.60, where we would get the energy audit and then, do work according to that audit to, do building envelope improvements at the Meadows. After meeting with all of you prior to the board meeting, ourselves, Tim Donahue and County Attorney's Office were called to a meeting with NYSERDA's attorneys, where they informed us that this funding, because it is federal, is actually in active litigation. So, meaning that it was one of those items that at the beginning of the year was flagged as, having some concerns by the federal government, and several states for many of these funding opportunities have sued the federal government to be able to get the money flowing again. This is one of those programs. And so basically in that call, I'll say I appreciate that NYSERDA told us they would allow us to, for the energy study portion, invoice NYSERDA every 2 weeks. And for the implementation portion, invoice NYSERDA monthly, which is more frequently than we're typically allowed to invoice for grant reimbursement. They still made it clear that because of the litigation, that this funding, like we could get partway through this and the funding would just go away. So it's a little, that gave us all quite a bit of concern. And so, it's recommended that I bring this to admin to discuss.
Discuss this in public works. And there was like 2 parts of it. We were gonna do what we thought was guaranteed and then hold on the remainder. So this is different now?
So what was brought to Public Works was for a different, NYSERDA
different,
contract.
okay.
Yeah, so it's a little confusing. That contract is all state funds.
Okay,
So that's for the windows, the window replacement.
okay,
That's all state funds. That's accounted for. This would be for now work kind of beyond that.
okay,
That is coming down through the federal government through NYSERDA.
okay.
So this is what sort of it gave us all quite a bit of concern. So we just wanted to bring that back to discussion. We did not send the signed contract up to NYSERDA yet because it was a little, when I brought this for approval, I said, this is a big time crunch. We don't have a lot of time to get all those things done, which, is stressful, but at the time we felt, it's doable and we can work through it. However, given the litigation piece of it, we know that there would probably be zero flexibility when it came to meeting the deadlines as well, which also just adds another element of concern. So
Does it hurt to sign the contract, just have it there and not use it? And if something happens and changes, we're there to get the money?
well, we only have until September 30th, 2026 to complete everything.
Oh, the
So
time,
I think the more we have to have the energy audit done by the end of this year. So the more we sit on it, the likeliness of us actually being able to complete the work in time is,
You're also at the mercy of other.
yeah, like if nobody bids on it, what do we do? Yeah.
Do you want to wait till litigation's over and see if, go through the process again?
The application process for
Yeah.
this round of funding would be gone by then, right? That would disappear with this?
Yeah, and so that, that has revealed to us why the time crunch is as it is because it's, it probably should have been made available to everybody sooner, but because it was going through this litigation stuff that it got held off before people could actually.
And litigation still isn't finalized,
How much
so
are we actually talking, or don't you know?
600, a little over 600,000.
I'm sure there'll be.
You have that, right?
and it's reimbursable, so we would be spending it in
Yeah.
the hopes of being reimbursed.
Yeah.
And if we're not reimbursed or if we're only partially reimbursed, then we're on the hook for everything.
And given the budget,
budget.
we're very concerned about that.
Or if we get halfway through the project and then, like, even if we're invoicing the contractor and getting reimbursed up to that point, but then if we're halfway through weatherization upgrades and then the money stops, then
Yeah.
You know.
Have they said anything about how fast they will process invoices? I know they're pressuring us to
Yeah,
expend. Has that come up?
they had said they thought that they could get it processed within a week or two, which is very fast
For them.
for them.
Yeah.
That's why I say to their credit, they did say they would try to make every effort to get us as much money as we could, as they could, as long as it was still available, as quickly as they could get it to us. I do appreciate that they're trying to do that, but it's still, I mean, Monica, I know you and Denise especially were still, quite concerned over that, and so am I.
A question that they didn't answer well was, since it is in litigation, if we get money, will we be required to disgorge it? And that was a big question I had. I mean, like, even if we get the money, are they gonna make us pay it back if the court ruling
Goes
is
the other
adverse?
way.
It's at the appellate level in federal court, but that there's a whole other level to go to, and that I don't think we would find out super fast.
No.
Um,
So
you know, that
This is part of the
You-
general
I'll go ahead.
move in the federal government to restructure all of their energy programs.
And other stuff too.
I-
But specifically what I'm hearing this morning is that we don't have a high level of confidence that we would be able to get the money and do the projects in a timely way. And so my question is, do you need the committee to say that we are rescinding our approval of the grant application, or just saying we have a motion,
Don't
it's
sign the
okay to not sign it or to not send it in?
I
would be our
would
best.
just- I don't know what we need
The motion,
procedurally.
if you made something, would simply be to withdraw your authorization to sign this grant contract. I don't believe that has actually passed yet, or did it pass last session?
Yes.
Yeah,
It did.
pretty sure
Yeah.
we did.
So I would just, if you want to document it legislatively, tell us not to, do a motion saying you withdraw authorization for Ed or I to sign the contract.
No, even with or without this pending approval or pending court case. This is a pretty tight timeline anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. And so, that was already a stress going into it, but we felt like, well, it's $600,000 and it could do a lot. Let's just
Right. Okay.
get it done. But now the timeline is increasingly concerning given the.
So I'll motion that we rescind the approval to sign this contract.
Second. Question or discussion?
Hearing none, we'll go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Yes.
McCarty,
Aye.
Wilbur.
Aye.
Martini, Marietta,
Yes.
Katie.
Okay, that motion is approved.
Thank you all.
Hopefully we'll have another opportunity at some time to get grant money, otherwise we'll have to start working on our own.
We'll keep looking at other
in-house.
avenues.
Okay,
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
okay. Next.
Oh, excuse me.
Public Defender's Office.
Oh,
Hey there, how are you? Good.
Pulling in for Susan, she's at a construction.
So our only thing on for today is a contract with rural law. We're asking for a motion to approve a contract with rural law in the amount of 60,000. It's for 15 appeals of 4,000 per appeal from January 1st, 2026 to December 31st, 2026. It's more than last year. Previous years have been, or the previous 1 or 2 years has been 48 for the year for 16 appeals, 3,000 appeal. Before that, it was like 2,500 an appeal. But before that, they hadn't changed it in forever, and they're trying to work their way up to 5,000 an appeal. They aren't the only ones that do appeals, but they're the only ones that will do this many appeals for us. And I can guarantee you, if you go to one of the local attorneys for an appeal, you're going to pay at least $5,000 per.
I do remember last year having the same, the
Yeah.
beginning of this discussion about the
right.
increasing rates. Is there someone who pays that as a grant for us, that rural law?
48,000 is covered by grant funds. 12,000 would be a local cost.
Okay. So the increase basically would be.
Right.
Okay. And is that something that we can spend? I was just thinking about our ILS funds that we get from New York State.
That is part of ILS, the 48.
Oh, the 48,000 is part of that. Okay, so we're actually gonna be increasing 12,000 in local funds. Is there any hope of like pulling the local, like reducing that local cost in the years to come?
Maybe. I know that they're looking into more family funding and federal funding. So who knows what's in store with that. But it seems like we're getting more and more grant funding each year.
Mhm. Right. I have one last thing, Steve, and then. So if we don't use up the full 15 appeals, do we get money back? Okay, but we're in the bank.
Okay, let's wait a shot.
Okay, all right, Steve, go ahead. Maybe your question will have.
Are we gonna make a motion on this before we discuss it?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll make the motion.
Okay,
Second.
thank you. Okay, now we're discussing.
The only thing I would add is even if for some reason in light of the budget situation, we have to reduce those local costs, right? You still probably ought to have approve the contract now so we can nail that down. If we have to reduce for some reason what we spend on this, we can talk about it. at
Discussion
that
for another
time.
day.
But it's best to, I think, have the legal relationship in.
It doesn't have to go out to bid?
We went through the whole thing with Dan Hammer last year, I believe it was. And they had decided that it wasn't the only service that does this, but it's the only one that does such a large quantity.
So sole source.
Right.
Which is generally good for 3 years, and then Dan usually says. "Look
Time
at
to
it."
chop it out again. Okay. Any other questions? Discussion. We'll go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Yes.
McCarty, Wilbur.
Aye.
Martini, Marietta.
Dayton.
I'm trying to remember, did we approve this in PSO?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I don't remember.
Well, it wasn't.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Did we vote?
Yep.
Okay, all right, so that motion passed, okay, all right. Thank you, Kristen, thank you, okay. All right.
How is everybody?
Great.
I'm gonna try to get through my agenda quick before we bring up dress from the left. But real quick, Michelle had an excellent question yesterday. The credit card transactions that I'm sending out,
Yeah,
there are some of them that do not now have departments on them, so you can't tell. Those are ACI payments. So we're starting to pay vendors electronically now. So those actually go through. So the credit card payments are people pay with a credit card and then they get approval later to make the payments, right? This process, they still have to go through the entire approval. So it goes through the approval. So it goes, they put it into Munis, it goes through an approval process. The county auditor's office approves it and then it goes out. So I can't track the department because it's tracked on our, we'd have to run an invoice report every month. So that's why, whereas the credit cards are just used like credit cards. So those are, and then, but this, they're paid electronically through a purchase card, like a ghost card. So we're paying that kind of.
Yes, which Sullivan County spent like 100,000 on their food card and got it
Yeah, we
in
get-
recognition at nice.
So we get, yeah, we do get more rebates for using that.
So you're comfortable though that everything that comes through without a name is legit?
It-
You don't have to reconcile it or?
No, it reconciles itself in
Okay.
our system because like if you're a vendor and I'm sending, you give me an invoice, I go put it into the system, it goes through the approval process, it goes through the auditor's office, then it goes out and it sends out a check. This is going through the exact same process, but
Okay.
instead of us giving you a check, we give you this ghost card that's only good for so long and you do it that way. Vendors like it because they get paid instantly.
Is
They
there a
don't have to
fee?
wait for mail to check.
Credit
We
card
don't
fees?
pay a fee. We actually get a rebate fee. The vendor pays the fee. Why the vendor wants to sign up for it? Listen, that's beyond me. I've talked to that. I called one of the vendors and they were like, "No, this is awesome. We get paid instantly." And I'm like, "You guys get a fee?" They're like, "Oh yeah, we don't care." Okay, I mean, okay, that's up to you
And there
guys.
is a way to trace the payment, like to audit it all the way through.
So yes, I can, all those payments, like I can pull, we just sent some out today, I can pull the payments up right now and I can send them.
So you can just disregard looking at those going forward. then?
I mean, you can always look at them because you're just
I
seeing
mean, you're not
more
gonna know
of
what's
what,
it.
yeah.
Let's not waste any paper on these. I can't see these with my glasses on.
We'll just tell them, go.
What are they?
All the.
All these little numbers.
Oh, yeah. You don't need to
Are
print
those?
these.
What was it?
Yeah.
It's all part of your
Report.
report, like.
I put on my glasses. What report is that? It's part of
You
the
don't need
credit
to
card,
print
isn't it?
Is that your unpaid tax report or your reserve balance report? I don't know. Okay.
That's your agenda.
I
Oh,
don't even know what
that's,
this is.
that's the
Oh,
unpaid.
this is, yeah.
That's your unpaid.
I sent this electronically. I don't think you actually need to print this.
No, you.
I don't think I've ever printed before. Have we? That's-
Yeah, we've gotten the default.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, well, I don't think, I mean, that's just so you guys know.
I was just thinking, you need more money in the
Yeah.
budget for ink.
Yeah, well,
Don't worry about
listen, I didn't print these. I've never printed these. I usually send them electronically. Yeah, well, now I know you know. It's just so that, hey, you guys can see this month we collected this month we collected. Just so you guys keep a running tally of taxes.
Okay.
So then now, since I have Dresser and Lucky here, I'll let them jump in before I start my little presentation, but I did just want to address Michelle's
Thank you.
comment on that. I have this presentation that I'm going to give you. It's also going to be streamed up here, and I'm going to let them do it. So, this is Dresser Malecki. I know Carl very, very well, and I'm sorry I don't. Or Charles.
Charles Triad.
Charles, yeah. So I've known Carl at least for 7 years now, 8 years now. It's probably been about 8 years. They work for Dresser Malecki. It's an auditing firm out near Rochester area. They're great. So they did this whole presentation at the Treasurers Conference this summer, which I did not attend, but I heard that the treasurers loved it. So I reached out to Carl, and Carl tailored this presentation for Otsego County and compared the county to all other counties across the state using comptroller's data, how it relates to budgets, where the funding's going, and things like that. It's a very good presentation, so I'll give you one. He's going to do it. And, these guys know their stuff. So with the 8 years I've known Carl, I mean, we have Sarah, who's a great auditing firm, but you always get second opinions. I probably call Carl at least once or twice a month, be like, hey, I got this question. just give me a second opinion, you know, it answers my questions, gives me a second opinion, so they're very good at what they do, and I think the presentation is good, so Charles. All right.
Good morning.
Yeah, it's, you got it.
Easier if I'm up here, so you don't have to sit in your chairs.
Hi.
Good to see you.
Nice to see you.
See if you want. All right. Well, I'm Carl Widmer from Drescher Malecki. Charles Tradier is with me. He's the director at our firm too. You know, in all honesty, we were at a conference. So Charles, initially, this was just going to be me coming out here. But I said, hey, we're going to make a pit stop and you have to come. So Charles doesn't, I said, you don't have to prepare anything. But if you do have any, you know, secondary opinions, you can jump in. But this is something that, as Alan alluded to, we put together for the Treasurer's Summer Conference. And we attend that each year, put on trainings. We're also pretty involved with NISAC, the Association of Counties, and also attend that finance school every year and host some sort of training. And normally they say, we say, what's the topic? What do you want us to train on? And oftentimes they just come back to us, well, what do you think is appropriate? So, well, we're not the counties. We work for the county. So what's interesting to you and what would you like to see? So ultimately we have to get creative because people get pretty tired of the same topics, fund balance policy, procurement policy, and so on and so forth. So this year we thought it made sense to take a look at, you know, the last 5 years really have really changed the landscape for all municipals accounting, but in particular counties. When we're looking at COVID and then the lasting effects of COVID on, in our presentation, we'll focus on the general fund, on the revenue streams that have come in, what we've experienced, what we've planned to experience, what we actually experienced versus the spending side of things and where inflationary costs have pushed. And also taking a look at on the spending side, how much can you really control that's in your budget versus how much is out of your hands, really kind of fixed. So we put together this presentation. And Alan asked, hey, would you mind coming here and presenting to the group? He was unable to come. But yeah, it'd be good. So we went back and added some slides and added specific columns for Otsego so that it was a little bit more appropriate and focused for you all. So who is control?
I'm gonna control.
You're going to control firm? What's her name?
Loretta.
Loretta, thank you. Next slide, please. So the first slide that we're looking at, and I'll start by saying there are no conclusions to be reached from this presentation. We're an auditing firm primarily, so we're always looking at the past and what happened. We're not here to forecast and say what's going to happen in the future. There's other people that do that. You look at history and audit it, but we also have clients where we're not doing the audit, we're helping them behind the desk and we help with bookkeeping services and consulting and budgeting services. So that's where we kind of gain this perspective too. So this first slide, what we did is we took all New York State counties and 48 out of the 57 reported for all the years included. So when we say all New York State counties, that's going to represent 48 reporting counties in the state. And we took a look at the average revenues and other sources. That's going to include transfers in versus expenditures and transfers out. So all 48 counties, when you group them together and average, back in 2020, revenues, your blue line, was at $330 million over the course of 5 years at the end of 24. That's up to $427 million. On the spending side, started at 324 million. You've now risen up to 422 million.
Yeah, I'm sorry for not printing these colors, by the way.
Yeah.
If you're looking at this, I didn't,
Oh,
I should have printed them colors, but yes, it's up.
I can add, so the top line and really the trend, no, it's good to know. Thank you for speaking up. Is that in recent years, and this has been relatively the case for New York State counties, is that you've been able to generate and bring in revenues in excess of what you're spending is. So when you have that gap between the top line and the bottom line, what that's representing is income or growth to your fund balance, right? That's what you're looking at. That's what, when everyone's evaluating Otsego County and their financial statements, how much fund balance do you have? Right? Who doesn't like fund balance? Well, comptroller's office sometimes. Yeah, too much. But what you saw in 2021 is really the year that sticks out here where that gap was really large. And what happened was everyone got scared, a little bit nervous to spend. So there was a lot of freezing of budgets. You saw a bunch of programs that weren't in operation. So you saw savings on the spending side because things were closed down. And on the revenue side, everyone was really nervous. What's going to happen to sales tax? Are people going to be shuttered in their homes, not spending money? Well, turned out to be quite the opposite. People had more money on hand. They weren't spending it, on some other things necessary during COVID. So they spent a lot of discretionary income, and sales tax came in at record highs. So you saw that sharp increase in the second year in revenue.
I have a quick question.
Yeah,
Does
please.
that bump also include the ARPA funds that we got?
No,
Oh,
it doesn't, because that was in 2021.
Okay.
Your ARPA revenue really wasn't being recognized by most counties until 23 and 24. Yep. So, and that, if anybody has questions or comments, please interrupt. This doesn't have to be just a presentation.
I mean, the gap was really
A
just
conversation.
your budget when you were preparing for 2021. You were using information that was available in 2020 where sales tax was going to drop, state aid was being withheld 20%, CHIPS money wasn't going to come in. The expenditures went down, but what we saw with sales tax and state aid actually coming from what was supposed
Yeah,
to.
the revenues held up and in fact increased when it came to sales tax. But what you see, the illustration on this graph is that these two lines are approaching each other, right? More than they have before. And in looking at the cost trends, they're increasing at a rate larger than the rate of your revenues. And the cautionary tale here is that spending trend is in all likelihood going to continue. Those are things that are operational. You have salaries, you're tied to benefits, to union contracts, health insurance, the employee benefits, just wild, right? So those costs are going to continue. The question is, on the revenue side, can that continue to support the spending that you have? And when you have major sources of revenue, like we'll cover on a later slide, maybe we'll move on to the next slide just to move it along. So this next slide, instead of the average of all New York State counties, is Otsego County by itself. And what you've seen is you didn't experience that gap quite like the rest of the state did in 2021. Now, all of the details about what happened, I feel like this room knows much more than I do because I haven't been working with Otsego County myself for the past few years. So for explanations, I'm guessing Alan probably knows a bunch or definitely has the answers if you were to ask him. But what you saw is for the first 4 years, your revenues were able to edge out spending, and you did have increases in fund balance. But for 2024, Otsego County, that line already crossed. It flopped. You have, and difficult to see without color, but in 2024, your red line went higher than the blue line. You spent more than you brought in. And that's what we're on statewide anticipating 25 or 26. It already came to Otsego County. So what you're seeing is the spending, you're now going to be digging into fund balance unless you come up with new revenues to support that spending. On the next slide, and for the next few slides, we're going to evaluate these two activities, revenues coming in and then spending going out. The revenues coming in, this is for all New York State counties. These are the average dollars that made up the 427 million that came in 2024. And this is going to be broken down by the different revenue sources that you see in your financial statements and that you report to the state. So just interesting things to point out here is you saw the big jump from 2020 to 2021 in that third box down from 124 million to 149 million. That was that big sales tax revenue, that distribution that nobody was expecting to be so high. And then you see continued growth in that section. And it's the third one down. Non-property taxes is your sales tax revenue. You're also seeing steady increases in third from the bottom, started at 38 million, now up to 60 million in state aid. We saw both state and federal aid in recent years really sprung up, and especially with the ARPA money on the federal side. And then way at the bottom, you have other revenues, transfers in, kind of some miscellaneous revenue. But what's in there that's had an effect on all of our counties is interest earnings, where for the early part of these trends, the last 5 years, interest was close to non-existent. You weren't earning much. It wasn't a reliable revenue source. And now for 23 and 24, if you had cash in the bank, you're actually to return some interest earnings that made a real impact. So that's all New York State counties. Then on the next slide, we'll take a look at Otsego County on its own. And what you see here is you did follow trends with the state with a couple exceptions. And one of them was that your departmental income, which is fourth from the bottom, it was 9 million in 2020. And then it dipped down in 21 and 22 and jumped back up in 23 and 24. And reading the financial statements, it seems like ambulance services came into play, and that's the reason for the pickup in 23 and 24.
Yep.
So that would be really unique to Otsego County that sticks out from the state trends. And then also in 2024, that big jump in state aid from 12.5 million up to 21.3, that I wasn't able to understand from the financial statements what was responsible for that big increase in state aid in 2024. But that's obviously contributing to the increase in revenues for the county. So then the next slide, and this is part of getting into the presentation we did for state treasurers, for the county treasurers summer conference, is we took the counties and we said, well, Otsego County is not very similar to Westchester, right? So to compare it is a little bit silly. So what we did, one way that we split them up was into 3 groups, and it kind of worked out to give a similar number of counties in each of these groups, was looking at what percentage of your population is considered urban. So a little bit of a demographic point of view. And we got 3 groups. So we went rural, semi-rural, and urban were the 3 groups that we went into. And basically, if you had 33% or less of an urban population, you were rural. That's where Otsego falls. You guys are at 27% of urban population. Semi-rural, we just did it in thirds, 34% to 67%. If you're above 67%, you're considered urban for our purposes. So I do have some slides in here looking at rural counties, because I would say those are a little bit better comparisons to consider as county peers. So when you look at the rural counties, Otsego County, your top revenue source is real property taxes at the top there. So the average rural county was $29.6 million. And what's important to know is the total revenues, let's just look at 2024. And we're on slide number 5 if it's difficult to see or follow along. Is the total revenues for the average rural county was $125 million. That's not too far off from your general fund revenues, which were at just about 120 in 2024. So pretty similar. They have real property taxes of 29.6 million. Otsego County, which we saw in the last, 13 million. So much less in revenue for property taxes being brought in than your average rural county. Another item that sticks out is the third one down, the largest revenue source for the counties is your non-property tax items and your sales tax. Average rural, $43.7 million was brought in. Otsego County, $55 million. So you have Cooperstown, right down the road. This county is very fortunate to be the benefactor of all the sales tax that comes through. But the difficult part on that is you just have your hands out. There's no control by the county for that. And if it's a bad year, it's a big revenue source that could have a big impact, whether it be positive or negative, based on what you put into your budget for that source. So just interesting to see how you compare to the rest of the somewhat peer comparison rural counties. Then the next slide, we take another look at the revenues and say, rather than the dollars that they represented, what proportion out of 100%, what percent is real property tax? What percent is non-property taxes? And this is what it yields. So on slide 6, you can see average for the whole state, 17% is real property taxes. And just about 39% is non-property tax or sales tax. The trends here, they stayed relatively consistent across the board statewide. Real property taxes percentage went down. And it's really just the math problem of if your total revenues are going up at the rate that we saw, I mean, the average county went up $100 million, so over 30% in just 5 years. That denominator in the math problem is going to bring that percentage down unless you're raising your real property taxes at that same rate. And it's pretty rare that counties are going to do that. They're going to lean into the help that you're getting from the sales tax, from the increased federal aid, this increased state aid, and now interest earnings adding into it too. So that's what you can take away from that slide. And on the next one, take a look at Otsego County and say, how do you look proportionately? Real property taxes at 11%, 11.3% of your total revenues are represented by, you could say, the one controllable revenue source of real property tax. Sales tax is up at 47% of total revenues. So that shows how volatile that revenue source is for Otsego.
You can see the size of those graphs too. You see like
Right.
green there, like look them all over kind of, yeah, there's big, there's small, so it's not very, sales tax can't really be consistent.
Exactly. And then what you can see, if you were to put, it's the second from the bottom and third from the bottom up here, the light blue and the orangey, the state aid and the federal aid. In 2021 and 2022, the totals of those were about 20% of your revenues. And in the most recent 2 years, 23 and 24, you're up at 25, 26%. So becoming more reliant on that state and federal aid that's coming in. Difficult part is, again, you're not in control of that. And depending where the state's going or where the feds are going, that revenue may or may not be there in future years.
Do I see a big drop off in federal aid from 23 to 24? Or a drop off?
Yes, you do. So
You know?
for the county, that is that ARPA money that came in.
Got it.
And the county, that is totally discretionary about when you recognized it.
Yeah,
There was a deadline that you had to be in by the end of 2024, or at least have that money obligated. So you saw many counties in 23 and on the, yeah, I guess all statewide they did better, but you saw a lot of counties and smaller municipalities in 2024, their federal aid way up because they sat on that money for a couple of years. What should we use it for? What should we use it for? And they said, well, we better get it out there. So in 2024, a lot of federal aid was recognized statewide.
Alan didn't let us do that, so we spent it all on 23.
I just appreciate all of the board and everybody getting that money out. Like we had time to think about it. We got it to where we wanted versus now everyone's like, oh, let's just spend this money on whatever. Like we had a nice plan and it really worked.
That's good. And then the next slide, again, we'll go back to that rural peer comparison. And what you see is real property taxes in rural counties generally were higher than the state average. The state average was 17%. Rural counties were at 23.4%. Otsego, again, 11%. So very low when it comes to the amount of revenue that you're pulling from your tax levy. And then, again, that largest revenue source for sales tax, New York statewide was at 39%. Rural counties, 34.6%, so less reliant than the average. Otsego County, 47%. More reliant than the state, more reliant than the rest of the rural county. So it's really just an exaggerated focus when it comes to the real property taxes and the sales tax for Otsego. So then moving on to the other side of the equation, the spending. All New York State counties here again. And what we saw, increases across the board. The categories here are going to break down again the same categories that you see in the financial statement. So these are called your functional categories. And going down from top to bottom, general government support, the biggest item in that grouping is your pass-through of sales tax. So counties receive all sales tax receipts and proceeds from the state. And then if you share locally to your smaller municipalities, when you send it out, there's an expenditure in this grouping for that item. Going down, education, public safety, that's police, health, transportation, economic assistance and opportunity is the largest category. Yes,
Can you describe that one for me, please?
economic assistance. So that is in large part DSS. I mean, that all of those programs that are being administered, a lot of state mandated programs, federally mandated programs. The costs of those programs are in economic assistance and opportunity. So that's where you see the largest increase from year to year is in that area. But a lot of that was afforded by matching state and federal aid to pay for it in those areas. So something to note, expenditures in 2020 for the average county went from 324 million up to 422 million in just 5 years. And what you could consider post-COVID, we're going to grab from 2022 till 2024. Annually, expenditures were increasing at 7.5% statewide. So when you move on to Otsego County on the next slide, similar to the state averages where you're seeing increases in all areas across the five years presented. But something that sticks out for Otsego is the bottom one. Interfund transfers out. And in speaking with Alan, your county is a little bit different in approaching the budget where you look at the county more as a whole as far as including your county road fund. So saying how much you're going to spend as a group, what's the tax levy going to be as a group, and this transfers out is used by the county to help pay for whatever the county road may have experienced during the year. So as I understand it, in 23 and 24, more money was sent over to the county road fund, whether it be for additional improvements or just to pay for typical operations for salaries, benefits, all of that.
Trucks,
Equipment,
soapbox.
awful expensive.
You have no idea.
And a big
Maybe you do.
waiting line too. If you're ordering something, when you get it, often doesn't come for sometimes years.
Yeah, which I know they're still sitting on trucks they ordered years ago, they still got.
Yeah. And then the next one, again, you got it here already, is onto that peer group of rural counties. What did you see? Again, more of the same trends as far as increases in dollars every year. So on the next slide, we go to that other perspective and say what proportion of the total spending was in each of these categories. And so the composition of total spending. And for the most part, you saw substantial increases in dollars on those previous slides. Here you can see you're really just keeping up with the averages. So here the percentage, the composition of these different areas didn't vary much over the course of the last 5 years. So it's just becoming, in other words, the new normal. You know, this is just what it costs. And that was interesting to see with the group at the summer too, is you wanted to label the increases, the dollar increases, because of certain things. You bought equipment or there was a new program that was brought in.
Mhm.
But then we saw just across the board, these increases are here, and that's indicative that they're kind of here to stay. They're not one-time things because it was so broadly applied to all of the functional categories across the state. So I mentioned before, the difficult part of that is if everything is increasing consistently, your revenues, in order to keep up, have to increase at that same rate, right? So for the last 3 years, I said 7.5% annually. Look at your major revenue sources: property tax, sales tax, state aid, federal aid, and now your interest earnings are coming in to help. Do you believe that they can sustain 7.5% increases for future years? I mean, it's difficult. It's really bringing perspective to say the revenue side of the equation when we're putting a budget together is becoming increasingly difficult to handle just with what's going to happen in the future in the market. Your real property tax levy is going to have to come in as an adjustment in the budget. A new normal will mean typically larger increases in your taxes unless you're going to plan to just stick fund balance in to balance the budget. That's not a smart idea. No one's going to recommend that you do that consistently. You could use it as a bailout, help to pay for some one-time spends, but it's not there to help balance the budget operationally.
Question.
Yeah.
In terms of the new normal, have you looked at this from the perspective of, say, budget object classes? You know, say your personnel
services.
benefits, equipment, contracts.
So we've done a similar look. We work with many towns as well, and they asked for that, and we
Yeah.
looked at that, and you're seeing the same thing. Go ahead, please.
Is it across the board? Your contracts are going up as much as your labor,
So
et cetera, et cetera.
personal services,
Yeah.
absolutely increasing. And again, that's sort of the fixed cost.
Yeah.
You have contracts in place, there's unions that you have agreements that you have to stick
Yep.
to. A lot of the benefits that they receive are dictated by those.
Yep.
So your employee benefits, everyone feels it now with health insurance costs too.
Yeah.
You're feeling it at home. It's not just running the county for these folks. The increases are all there. Equipment, things like that you thought you were spending more money on, surprisingly aren't increasing at the same rate. Municipalities are choosing to, maybe we'll wait another year to buy that truck.
Yeah.
See if we can get another year out of the fleet because we don't have the money on hand. We're nervous. Well, now that's kicking the can because, if you're buying a new vehicle instead of repairing it on that maintenance schedule, it gets
And what
very,
about
very
the 4,000 lines?
contractual.
Yeah.
That does have,
Here it seems to be going up fast.
so it will, everything's costing more. That's where you're going to feel the inflation side.
Got it.
But that object code also has some of more of the discretionary items that if you wanted to, or if you
Yeah.
need to. Good question. So yeah, keep going past that one. Just do that one right here. So Otsego County, as a percentage, again, you're seeing similar, other than general government support in 2022, you're seeing pretty consistent representation of the different spending categories. Compared to New York State, Otsego County has lower public safety. You're spending less on police and safety, lower transportation costs. You're spending less on, there's not as big of a public transportation system as maybe some other counties. But you do spend more in health, which was interesting. And for the rest of them, relatively on par. When you look at rural counties, again, a lot of consistency, just proving the point that the new normal is at all levels. Your county alone, rural county peers, and New York State counties. So then we get to the exercise. This was the one that was the most discussion at the conference. And it's really to get to the point, now we looked at the trends, what the last 5 years have included. What is that when we take the perspective of looking forward? So this is the part where I kind of step out. We're no longer looking at the past, so I'm not going to predict the future, but an exercise that we can do to help illustrate the effects of what proportion your real property taxes over revenues. Remember I said for Otsego County, real property taxes represents 11% of your total revenue source. And then also looking at the effects of that annual increase on the spending side that's become the new normal. So I'll walk through this. We're going to look at the first column, the current trends column for here. This is going to use numbers that are roughly representative of your 2025 budget for general fund. Total budget, $130 million. The levy, tax levy, 13.8 million. So the next line, this 97 million, we call it fixed budget costs. And those are the things I'm talking about that they're not changing. Year to year, they're really not changing. That's that group that is going to increase at the 7.5% on the state rate. Otsego County, for the last 3 years, it's 15%. So I'm not sure about all the individual items that got it so high, but for the illustration, we'll go conservative and say only 7.5%. So 75% of your budget is this number, 97.5. If that goes up next year for 2026 at that 7.5%, that 97 million is going to cost 104.8 million. All right. That represents an increase of $7.3 million compared to 2025. So that's an increase that on the budget, you have to come up with the other side of it. You got to pay for it. Okay. We have our revenue increase. That's been really good. We have all this money coming in, 4.5%. We're going to get an additional $5.2 million if revenues continue to increase at the same rate that they have. I don't anticipate that happening, but let's be optimistic. All right. Even with that healthy revenue increase, it leaves $2,083,000 of still costs that you have to come up with in the budget. So we already tapped out all of our revenue sources. The only thing left is real property taxes. So a levy increase of $2 million to help balance the budget, that's a 15% increase in your taxes. How would that go over? That's crazy, right? But we just looked at the last 15 slides that tells you this is what it may look like. So that's crazy. Let's go back to the drawing board. And now we're going to look at the second column. 25 budget, that doesn't change. Still have 130 million of a total budget. Your tax levy was still 13.8. 75% of that budget is considered fixed. Well, let's say you were able to beat up some unions in negotiations. You may have cut some services. So you have that increase down instead of 7.5% down to 4.5%. Well, that's going to cost $101.88 million next year instead of 104.8. That increase, 4,387,000. On the revenue side, a little more realistic. Let's drop it by 1%, even 3.5%. Still, in my opinion, very optimistic. Can sales tax, can state aid, interest earnings, can they keep up with what they've done the last 2 years? But that's going to net you a little over $4 million. That leaves $320,000 of a tax levy increase to keep up and put in the balanced budget, which represents a 2.3% increase. That sounds decent, but that also is a number that, when you look at it, you're exceeding the tax cap. So municipalities have the ability to exceed the tax cap. There's a law that you can issue a local law. We're allowed to go over the cap. To have the ability to do that's really important because a tax cap of 2%, when we're looking at the trends across the state, I don't know what 2% really represents anymore. There's a new normal, so that 2% tax cap, it's still there as law, so you have to acknowledge it. But that 2.3% kind of illustrates a best case scenario, if I call it. We're being very conservative on the cost increases and pretty optimistic on the revenue increases. But just an exercise that we went through. Again, I said there's no conclusions to be drawn here. It's not a doomsday exercise, but it is to gain some perspective of what's out there. And it's statewide, it's at your county, it's at local municipalities. Everyone's feeling the same thing. And the pressure to not raise taxes is difficult. I'm not a politician, so I know that for a reason. Facts would say you should increase taxes just whatever they have to be. It should be the last thing that goes into the budget. What services are we gonna provide and who are we gonna pay? There's our total budget cost. How much is gonna come in revenue, realistically? And whatever's left is your tax levy.
That's a ridiculous idea because it's completely common sense. That's a terrible idea.
So we have that,
We'll
but that
talk about it.
spotlight on the
We'll talk about
2%
it.
really has kind of kept us, it keeps you very conservative on
Correct.
on every possible budgeting regard.
And rather than increasing property taxes I also pay property taxes. I'm a resident. And if they were to go up, if it were 2% or 4%, if it's just consistent, it's just life. It's the cost of living and wherever you choose to live. If you feel pressure and it's 0% or 2% or less every year, and then I get a 15%, I'm upset. But at the end, you would have gotten there the same way had you been consistent.
And it always comes, every year it comes down to, okay, we have to cut. We have to cut somehow. We have to cut. Every department has to come up with savings and somehow cut from their budget. We've been cutting for so long. There's nothing to cut anymore. There is just nothing to cut. I mean, my budget has absolutely zero pork in it. Nothing. If you take from my budget, you have to take from our salaries. That's the only thing that's left. I mean,
what department is this?
I'm the district attorney. Most of them are though. Most of them are. We've been cutting for so long. At some point, you have to stop. It costs X amount of dollars to float this ship, and you have to come up with them somewhere.
Yeah.
And you can't come up with them by cutting where there's nothing to cut. You got to raise taxes. That's all there is to it. There's nothing else you can do. You have to face the reality. Taxes have to be raised. I put in an email 5 years ago. It's just as true then as it is today.
There's a little pork in there. There's gotta be some pork in some departments.
Oh, but
Sorry.
the EA is a department. We're just
No, but how much can there be when they cut? They've been cutting year after year after year after year. My biggest mistake when I came in DA is I cut all the pork out of my budget the first year I was here. I said, we don't need that. We don't need that. We didn't. If I'd have known what the mentality of this board was going to be over the years, I would have cut nothing from the beginning, and I would have fought the entire way so that every year I could have given you a little something and got you off my back. No, that's the God's honest truth. I mean, that's how we operate, and it's foolish. Foolish.
So the last piece, thank you. The last piece in the presentation is we went through this exercise and you're saying, but we do have fund balance. We can use it when we budget. So we included some slides on fund balance as well, so you can see where the county is at. And here we have bar graphs for the last 3 years. And across the bottom, well, you can have it in front of yourself. The colors are less important on these slides, so that's helpful. But we put Otsego on its own. The next set is all county, New York State average. And then the 3 categories that we did based on demographics, if you will. And what you can see, what stands out on the demographic, on the population side, is rural counties are rich in comparison to the rest of the state. That's where Otsego falls. You see Otsego on the first column. Semi-rural, and so on. You get closer to urban, they appear to have less available fund balance. And I should have started by saying what these bars represent is you have different categories of fund balance that gets reported. You have a total fund balance in your general fund, in all funds, but the focus here on general fund. And some of it is restricted. You can only use it for certain things. So we take a look at the available fund balance. And that's what unassigned and assigned unappropriated, those fancy words here that gets reported to the state. That's the group of fund balance that we're focusing on. And a ratio that many people will use to evaluate health is take your available fund balance, that chunk, and say, what percentage of a year could I get through of spending on just that chunk? So in other words, Otsego County in 2024 could get through 11.8% of the year on its available fund balance. Whereas the average rural county could get through 35% in 2024. So it's just a ratio that helps give you a measuring stick because then it's proportionate to each municipality. You could do this at the town level, villages, cities, whatever you want.
And this is the only one that Carl and I went back and forth on. This was good that you brought it from the beginning. When we budgeted, it said we budget as a whole group. So this doesn't include what we allocate to the highway. So I just looked up in 2024, we allocated 2.7 million. So that would go into this, which is not in this because it's general fund, which is good. It's got to stay like this, but so you get an overall comparison. Other counties, most other counties budget it differently by fund. We're slightly different. So if you wanted almost an apples to apples, you'd have to throw ours in there.
We could almost take some of these slides and make Otsego County information. Well, for comparison, all of this and make it general plus county road.
Yeah, and this is perfect the way it is, but I don't want everyone to think like, oh my God, we're down here dying because we have all of that money that we allocate to road and machinery all the time that would go into this, but isn't into this because this is just the general fund.
But it is, for the other counties, it is in there.
Because
Theirs.
most do budget by fund.
Other counties have a real strict focus on a general fund.
Gotcha.
And county road is kind of its own operation.
As part of the general fund.
No, they're all separate funds. It's just your county, from a budget approach, looks at the operations of general and county road together. And then says, okay, on the whole, instead of 130 million of a budget, what's your county road budget?
22, 23.
So instead of 130 million, 155 million would be the number that your county's looking at. And then the tax levy, do you have a tax levy in county road?
No.
It's all in general fund.
Yeah.
So you have 13.8 million for both of those funds, for 155 million of spending, not just 130.
Yeah. So when it's looking at this, like I'm not saying that we're off the charts, but if you literally took everything in, we're probably right in line with
Closer to the urban.
Yeah.
I think that would be the closest one.
We're right around I mean, I would say, yeah, semi-rural urban. We're definitely not in the rural way up there because we don't want to be that high with fund balance. But
And this also, take it with a grain of salt, because those other categories of fund balance, different counties have different philosophies, different boards and ledge on where they want to put their fund balance. Some of them are very wealthy in reserves in those restricted fund balance categories. So if they have a lot of money in reserves for all the equipment, capital projects, benefits, they don't feel the need to have as much available fund balance. So it is, it's not an exact science by any means. It's just one way to measure.
But it's good to look at. Like I said,
Yeah.
in our ambulance reserve that's not on this, there's $3.7 million in that reserve right now. So that's in a reserve, but it's not in this thing. So, but yeah, I think this is a great representation.
Go to the next one. So then we took your first group here is going to be the same. It's that same ratio of how much of a year could you get through on that available fund balance. But instead of a demographic or urban population, we broke up the counties into 8 different regions just geographically. And the way it worked with the labels, I don't know what Otsego County considers itself as far as a region, but you fell into the Mohawk area. So compared to Mohawk, still a little bit lower. But what's interesting, and it's this slide and the next slide kind of go hand in hand because there's 8 regions. Otsego is in Mohawk, as I mentioned. But what you'll see is Mohawk has the lowest level out of all 8 regions. So something I didn't know or notice until Alan asked us to come out here, but just interesting to see, philosophies are the same, or certain trends are the same, revenue wise, spending wise, but the Mohawk region was the lowest level of available fund balance compared to the rest. Yeah, North Country has lots of money. Hamilton, Clinton, those ones have more fund balance that they're sitting on.
Sales tax.
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. You get
I think that's the driver for them, and the closer you get to the border.
Yeah.
That's gonna be a big hit.
Bad winter up there, yeah, they have no sales tax for having a bad winter.
Right.
If they're gonna get any snow.
Yeah, extra volatile.
They've been getting a lot of internet sales tax over the last year.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So you could scroll to the last slide and you can even just take it down. It's contact information. You all have it on the slide. But this is just, a taste of, we do stuff like this for a lot of our clients. And it was really interesting this summer to do it from the county perspective for everybody. It got a lot of feedback. That's how Ellen, I got an email from Ellen. Hey, can you share that presentation you did at the conference? I said, sure. And then, to come here and take a look at the county on its own, this kind of serves as a template that we'll probably do for all of our clients actually, because it was neat to look at and a good time to look at as you're knee deep in budget season. So
Thank you so much.
all right, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
And please feel free to reach out, email or call at that information. We're here to help. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
And I guess it would be safe to say if anybody has any further questions to just either reach out to you directly or.
Yeah, and like I said, I mean, if
solve anything.
November, December, whatever they want to meet, the whole board wants it, they'll come back and talk to the board in different months or whatever.
Really good presentation.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you. Thanks.
Good luck with you. All right.
I will fly through my agenda real quick so that we have it. I just want to say we met with Empower last month. They just reached out and just said they basically work with 14 plans in New York State.
Oh, they're the deferred.
Yeah, the deferred comp, because we were looking between the New York State deferred comp plan and Empower. So Empower has 14 plans. New
York State.
Of that grouping, 14 plans are within New York State. If you're just looking at overall governments, town, villages, whatever, they have 57. So, at Empower, yeah.
And you said 14 counties?
Yeah, 14 plans are within New York State. So that was just an update. Well, I know the deferred comp plan we talked has 30 something, 35, whatever number it is. It's in the 30s. So that was that. The new occupancy tax law, there's no new updates. If we are planning on opting out, we need to do before December. Otherwise, we are automatically opted in by the state. But you can opt out after if you want, but.
So what's your recommendation?
I personally think we just let it ride and we opt in to capture. Otherwise, it's just going to be the main reason that everyone is opting out. Not everyone. There's a few counties that are opting out is because they have to maintain this whole registry and they have to report this registry to the department. And it's gonna be a lot of work, but we already have a registry. We already maintain a registry. Yes, we might have to manipulate it a little bit to work, but it's gonna capture all those ones and twosies and things like that that are like, oh well, I'm like an Airbnb. I'm the Alan Ruffles rental thing, and I only have 10, so I'm gonna fly under the radar because nobody will catch me. Whereas if we opt in, you do that. Now you're in trouble. Now you're paying fines and penalties. Whereas if we opt out, that person that my office of 6 people, because we're doing other, couldn't catch, gets away scot-free. So that was kind of.
We don't have any teeth to like pull all that.
Yeah. So that's my thing. And there are counties that really don't get occupancy tax at all, and they're like, so yeah, I'm going to get an extra couple $1,000 and I have to do all this work. So then they're opting out because. It's not big there where it was huge.
Interesting enough, at NISAC, I went to one of the talks on short-term rental and they had a representative, I think it was from Airbnb there. But some of the bigger counties, like I think it was maybe Orange County, was thinking of not.
They're looking to do those DCAs alone, which we have with Airbnb, because their main issue is Brian was still, I thought he was here. The connection between, okay, Airbnb's got to remit this file to us so that we can incorporate into our file to match up everything. Then that's going to state, they're like, well, how are we going to get this file to us? So they were like, forget the files. We're just going to go to Airbnb because they're 90% of our rentals and that's it.
But I thought, following on the discussion that I listened to, I still thought we should have opted in.
Yeah.
And have the registry and do the.
And I'm working with Warren County now Warren County, they have their own whole occupancy tax department. They are creating this interface, I guess I'll use it, that's gonna interface with the Department of State, and it's also gonna interface with the different Airbnbs, VRBOs, evolves. And then they are going to obviously share this at obviously a reduced cost because it's a municipality, so that we could go on and be like, hey, Warren County, here's what, $5,000, can we use your interface? And it all makes it match. So I figure Warren County's, I think they're doing this, why wouldn't we also use their interface for cheap and help out with counties and make it help us?
What about finding the ones that don't tell you that they're things? What do you think the best option for that is?
So that's the hard part. I mean, we could get, there are third parties out there that do it, that charge a fee that we could have. We looked into a couple of them years ago. And the thing is that they'll find them, but then they're just like, here's your list.
Yeah.
There's no enforcement, but so then we have to kind of figure out, okay, 14 High Street. Well, let's find out who lives there. Let's try to find a phone number. Let's send a letter.
And
So-
some of that is kind of getting codified, really. So I feel like, and Alan and I had a talk about this a little earlier, that as time goes by, that process for identifying the properties might become more user friendly. Like it might become worth your while to hire somebody to collect that data for the county. Right now, it's kind of like a wide open field, but there may be some players who would emerge that could be really more helpful. Don't you think that's?
And we
about-
can absolutely look into something like
But I know
that.
Delaware County plans.
Yeah.
Just
And they
wonder
use
what-
the same, the same company that we've had a couple of conversations with. You know, I looked at the cost and I just, it's like $45,000 and I'm like, I mean, is it, yeah, is it, because it's not like we're, getting any money, they're not enforcing for us. So they're identifying, they're doing some online stuff for us, but
And I wonder how they find them versus if we had someone in our property and find them.
yeah, however that would work. But yeah, so we are definitely thinking about that, and looking at that. So that's occupancy tax. So yes, Keith, thank you for the question. I personally suggest we opt in because it is so important to us. And I think that my department has the capabilities to manage that registrar, which seems to be the mainstay for the county that aren't looking to. There's no questions. I just moving on my agenda. Months ago, I think it was February, this committee gave me approval to abolish 2 positions in my office and hire at a higher grade because of the demands with the new in-rem laws. I've had this grade 16, I've had it posted since February, I've had 1 applicant since February, didn't qualify, so I don't want to completely abolish the position, I just want to essentially unfund it and reduce it back down to grade 10, so I can at least get somebody in there that'll help out, it'll save a little bit of money in my budget, but, I know I just need approval just from this committee too.
So it's to abolish,
No, I don't want to abolish. I
Oh,
just
you wanna-
essentially want to
change the
grade.
grade 16 to grade 10.
change the grade down. So
And personnel is.
Penny said that was her recommendation, like you might be able to get somebody in there as
Sweet.
well. And it's not an increase in the budget, it's going to decrease the budget, so.
changing to a grade 10.
So moved.
Motion.
Second.
Okay, any questions or discussion? Vote.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty,
Aye.
Wilbur,
Aye.
Martini,
Aye.
Marietta.
Yeah.
Katie.
Aye.
That motion passes.
Thank you. The next one I attached to the agenda was my transfer. So I went over this last month, told you that I'm gonna try to look for the money. So I did not want to touch anything, so I used some munis money that I had left of 40,000 to transfer, and then our sales tax has been going up, so I thought we could do a modification with sales tax to increase that line so I could get 100,000. Again, that's a lot of money, but it's because we have to do 3 years worth of in REM stuff. Most of this money, as they're going out, the money is on all the properties by law. So there's a month and a half left. If these properties pay, this money comes back to us. My revenue goes higher. It's just the ones that go to auction, if they don't sell for as much as we can't keep the surplus and the county's gonna lose out on that. So I do need this to finish that,
So move.
Okay, any questions or discussion? Carol, do you have everything you need for that? Okay, hearing no questions or discussion, we'll go to a vote.
Maybe,
Hardy?
Aye.
Wilbur.
Aye.
Martini. Mariano.
Yeah.
Staten.
Okay, that passes.
and to stay on that topic, I did, here to serve stopped in this morning because we are required to do all the legal servings of properties that don't do. So again, 3 years worth, I mean, I think he went to almost 400 properties, more than 450 properties. I got the contract for 15,000. The estimated amounts can probably be about 15,800. So when that's done, I may need another couple $100 to finish things.
Can we get the list of what properties are up in our districts?
Yeah,
I don't need the whole list. I mean, if I wanna know what, cause people say, well, what's up in
Yeah,
Springfield or what's up in Richfield?
I have the list and I'm almost positive that I have it broken down. I have it broken down by town, which is close.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I have that. I'll get that to you guys later. Actually, I'll leave here.
At least I'm curious.
I'll email out what's in there. Yep, absolutely. The next thing on my agenda was just Public Works approved me going out to do sealed bid for these properties. We talked about Public Works. I'm just bringing it to admin. I don't honestly think I needed admin approval for it because Public Works kind of oversees that, but I just wanted admin to be aware that I'm going out to sealed bid for these properties.
What do you mean? We would probably approve the bid, or isn't that?
Yeah, well, yeah, so I have to do it at Public Works. So I have properties that are all landlocked. That the county owns that we can't get rid of.
You can do anything.
Yeah, they sit there and it's nice to get them back on the tax roll. So what we do is we send out a letter basically to the neighbor saying like, hey, make a bid on this parcel and you can just combine it in your parcel. And at least it's not gonna increase our taxes a lot, a couple bucks, but.
We've done it before.
Yeah, and a lot of these properties are like.
Yeah, a lot of projects, they're like squares or triangles that are between 4 or 5 other properties, so, we kind of just do that to get rid of them. I sense the rest of this is kind of falls on what Dressing Room did. I sent the cash spend update in the later email. I did that. I believe currently at this current, we are sitting at about a $2.8 million deficit. You could see in 2024 it was closer to 4 million, and in 2023 and 2022 we actually had a surplus at this time. So that was just so you guys can see those monthly surplus deficits where we're at in actual spending. And then sales tax, we were doing well. I sent that update, any unpaid taxes, and just I noticed one thing. If anyone looked at that reserve balances update, I accidentally added an extra 4, so I put the ambulance account. Rob actually had $34.4 million in it.
Thank you.
Instead of $3.4 million in it. So take out that extra 4. It's actually $3.4 million. Our overall cash balance been a little difficult. We've maintained it mostly, so I'm down now. I used to have roughly $17 million in CDs. I had to cash in a CD, so now we're sitting at about $14 million in CDs. But we did send that to our savings for cash flow. So we have 7.7 million in all of our savings accounts. So we're still over 20 million in actual cash if needed now, like here you go. Which that doesn't include my $500,000 in other, like my Chase accounts and things like that we use, but at least we're still hovering kind of on that end there. That's all I really have. Does anyone have any questions for me?
Yeah, a few along the way, so.
Yeah, and that presentation is great. We can, like I said, whether it's November, December, January, March, whoever wants to see another, we can have them come speak at a board meeting.
Yeah, that was really good. Thank you for having us.
Yeah.
Really appreciated that.
Yeah. That's it. Thank you guys.
Passed everything you need passed?
Yeah, I don't think I got anything else.
All right, thank you, Al.
Yes.
Okay. Next, we have Shannon.
All right.
Well,
Morning.
Good morning, Sam. Still morning. Yeah,
Yes, so the leader.
okay.
All right, just a couple things. First item, seeking approval for bid reference number OT Gov dash 016-25 to be awarded to Marchuska Brothers Construction LLC for the replacement of the old jail barn roof as per bed specs. Not to exceed $92,563.56. Culver Roofing Company offered one other bid for $119,000. Funding to be taken from old jail renovation, A1623, 252500.
So moved.
And
Second.
so this is for the 92,000 one? Or it was the
Yes.
119?
That was the
other bid.
one other bid.
We're not doing it now. Okay. All right. So you have a motion and a second. Any questions? We'll go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Yes.
McCarty,
Aye.
Wilbur.
Aye.
Martini, Marietta,
Yes.
Peyton.
Okay, that motion carries.
And the next item is, seeking approval for bid reference OT-Gov -011-25 to Utica Glass Company for an amount not to exceed the $140,000 NYSERDA grant to replace approximately 57 window openings of the 78 windows needed north wing of the Meadows as per bid specs. Utica Glass bid for all 78 windows. The total bid was 197,000 for all of them, 195,000 for all of them. And Flower City Glass offered one other bid for all 78 windows for $534,888. This to be funded by Meadows Renovations, A1630-25 2000.
So moved.
Second.
And this is,
Just to explain this a little bit, Tammy came in and asked for an extra 55,000 to replace, do all the.
That would be the total.
For the total,
to do the extra 21 windows.
right, and each window was broke down individual price.
Mhm.
So instead of transferring money, Public Works decided to spend what the grant money was, so 140, so they're gonna pick out what windows they want done and just do what the grant's for, not because this bid had a ceiling, but it
Right.
went over, so each window was itemized. I do ask
And
if I can buy a half a window, so we don't waste any of that. You can put that Steve, it'll
We'll
probably land at a half a window. So
We'll cut his budget, put a half,
So
we'll cut his budget and put a half a window in his office.
Otherwise, we'll lose 1,500 of the night service.
Well, that's below the
We don't
2,000.
we don't want to.
So,
So I have a question. The company Utica Glass is okay with doing 57 out of 78 at the
Yes,
same
that's-
per unit cost?
yeah.
Okay,
Well, they had them all broke down
okay.
Yeah,
and individual, what each window cost.
Check.
yeah. Onondaga had us
Oh,
itemized
Very
each window in the
granular.
bid because there was a ceiling, $140,000.
Yes. Oh, I like
So
that.
that's how
Yeah.
we deal with it.
okay. Did we have a motion in a second?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions or discussion?
I just want to clarify, when Tammy was talking about the NYSERDA grant this morning.
It's a different grant.
Okay, thank you.
This is the one they referenced and said, oh, it was something else we were talking about
Yes,
at Public
right.
Works.
But
So
then-
now we know everything.
What we talked about was maybe taking some of that 630 and getting that 55 back with all the litigation with it. We don't know if it's coming, so we're gonna.
This grant started actually 1 year ago.
Wow.
We were getting this direction.
All right, well, here we go.
So that gives you an idea how tight that window
Yeah.
is.
Might be
No
on
pun
attainably
intended.
tight.
Yeah.
We are ready to vote.
Kennedy,
Yes.
McCarty,
Aye.
Wilbur,
Fine.
Martini, Marietta,
Yes.
Katie. Okay, that one passes.
Next item is just our time materials contracts for miscellaneous electric, seeking to award bid reference OT Gov -015-25 to A. Trefferson and Son LLC
as well as Upstate Companies One LLC to furnish miscellaneous electrical services for various locations at us for various locations for Otsego County as specified. Time and materials work to be funded from various budget lines for various.
We have a not to exceed on that, or is it just
It's the not to exceed is what is in our contracted budget line. So,
Oh, okay.
so we may use zero
okay,
on this, and we could use over 20,000
okay.
if it's something.
But we do have built-in
Yes,
points. where
they
you're gonna take a
bid their
look at
time
it.
and
Yeah,
materials.
okay. All right,
And
we have,
so
we have
it's
a,
both.
do we have a motion to involve with it?
Mhm.
No,
I'll make
okay.
that motion.
Okay. Sorry to ask. questions. Any other questions or discussion? Okay, we'll go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Aye.
Hardy,
Aye.
Wilbur,
Aye.
Martini, Marietta,
Yes.
Clayton.
Okay, thank you.
Are all the things lines up and running now?
They are occupying and fully occupied.
Rob, over on here.
Morning.
Good.
I don't know.
Good morning.
It is. You make it, but just.
One request for you today, Meg, award the shelf bid for the Butternut Tower site to Cell Site Solutions in an amount not to exceed $136,750. That was via a competitive bid through Onondaga ACA 12-25. Funds are coming out of our SICG grant line.
So moved.
Okay. Question or discussion for Rob?
Yeah, so Keith and I were just discussing. Did this go through PSLA or did it go through public works?
PSLA.
Doesn't have to go through public works, you know, be in a building and we're gonna maintain it after it's all.
No, past practice is you guys handled like leasing of county property. Everything else I've always taken to PSLA.
Doesn't mean it's right. No.
That's a discussion
Just
for
take it like
another day.
I'm just.
Another time. It is an interesting point.
Yeah.
To raise, and maybe we should check it through with Denise or the county attorney's office.
It's no big deal, but it's just, you know,
It's still gonna be approved by the full board or not.
Yeah,
So. Future, but.
you know, it is county owned land.
yeah,
It is a building, but it's no big.
and the maintenance and so
Just
forth
dot the I cross the T.
will be a public works thing, right?
Not
To
that
maintain
we
it,
do.
plow it.
I mean, we can mention that at the vote.
Yeah.
I can pull it.
Well, have our county attorney, whoever, our compliance officer. Oh, we could have everybody check on it.
Right.
Okay, we'll do
Rob,
we'll work on that.
committed.
But meanwhile, we are ready to, is there any other questions before we vote on this? With regards to the,
No, we don't wanna hold it up.
okay, all right, we'll go to a vote.
Kennedy, McCarty,
Aye.
Wilbur,
Aye.
Martini, Marietta,
Yes.
Clayton.
Okay, that motion passes.
That's it. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rob.
Thanks.
Okay, we have codes office on the line. Hi, Keith, good morning.
You're on the end.
Quiet.
Can't hear you, Keith.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yep,
we can
gotcha.
hear you now.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Right.
Good.
So what I have in front of you is we have web-based software called OpenGov. As of December 31st, the contract ends, so I am looking to renew it for another 3 years. Basically, this software gives the public and our clientele access to it at their own convenience, after hours, stuff like that. They could set inspections up, they can pay payments, they could look at what we inspected to see if we failed it, passed it, whatever the case may be. This software also gives us the access to accept credit card payments, which was one of the big reasons we went with OpenGov when we purchased them. So looking at 26, we are looking at $29,830.95. For 27, it would be $31,322.49. And then in 28, it would be $32,888.65. I did quote this through Onondaga with Dan Hammer and them, and we had it approved in public safety, so it just needs to get approved here.
Don't move, McCarty.
Second. Any questions or discussion with regards to the OpenGov renewal? None, we will go to a vote.
Kennedy?
Aye.
McCarty?
Aye.
Wilbur?
Aye.
Martini? Marietta?
Yeah.
Okay. If you have this.
I don't have anything else. Do you guys have anything for me?
Keith, are you gonna be in the office afternoon or not?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I'll stop down and see you in a minute.
Okay. Look forward to seeing you, Keith.
Thank you, Keith.
All right, you guys have a good day.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. Okay, so we going? So I ran out of agenda here. I don't know.
Next up is Brian.
Oh, okay.
Who?
IT. I don't know how I'm.
He's not wearing a suit, so
There's no agenda.
Like, don't be too
All right, so for IT is up next. There is no, there's not another page.
I don't see.
Yeah, I don't either.
You don't have a request?
We didn't have an
Did
agenda.
you?
We just started with this page. From inside.
There's something in the package.
That's on-
Yeah. Looks like a resolution request form. It says Ryan McCorney.
They're missing.
Something not to exceed $39,500.
We got this.
Yeah. So,
Oh, how does it start?
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So we attached the quotes in there too.
We're just.
Oh, is this?
What's the trip to Arizona?
Yep, got it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Madam Chair, are you good?
I'm not looking at anything, so, right? Oh, thank you. I don't know how I missed this, but
Meg, it's in a separate email. with
I
additional-
thought I may have not opened or transferred the second email into a readable form. So, or if I did, I can't find it in my phone, so it's too small for me.
Okay.
So, thank you. Okay,
Right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Today we're here to request our annual computer purchases for not to exceed $39,500 from Insight Public Sector using the Omnia Partners contract.
So
Second.
Question.
that's all you want in computers, just $39,000 worth, or does the rest of it come out of the other departments?
We're working on it. We're trying to finalize. We're still battling, not battling, but we're trying to figure out how many more things we need to accommodate. And there's 11, so we might be asking for more if there's no at the end of the year.
I knew a month ago it said you had to upgrade a lot of them.
We did buy the insurance. It was $17,000 to get us through 1 year where Microsoft will continue doing security updates for Windows 10 machines. Trying to find that balance. Is it we're keep paying that for machines or buy a new machine? They're going to allow us to have that service to up to 3 years. So we have essentially 3 years to get everything up to Windows 11.
so we can phase it through
Yeah.
incrementally.
Yep.
All right, so we had a motion in a second, and we have any other questions? We'll vote.
Kennedy?
Yes.
McCarty?
Aye.
Wilbur?
Aye.
Martini? Marietta?
Yes.
Kate?
Okay, that motion passes.
Thank you very much.
I have another question. How do we, some people that used to watch the meetings can't get on anymore. What are they gonna do?
Yes, so, they need to go to the county board webpage. And there's a link right at the top of that that says watch live.
It will take them to, instead of Facebook that it used to, it takes them to YouTube.
You just go to OtsegoCounty.com.
Yep,
Yeah.
hang on. And it's Board of Elections.
Board of Reps.
Oh. You have to go to Board of Reps.
Yep, it's right here.
So, it's not me, because I don't like those machines, I don't like that.
Or quickly way, I believe it's youtube.com/. I don't want to quote that here. I'll send an email out again, which I've already sent out. You probably can get it to Keith.
Huh?
He doesn't like those emails.
Okay, never mind, it's all right.
No, I'll send another email out so you have that. Very important. That's all I have, Madam Chair, unless you have questions for me.
Oh, thank you.
And Isaiah's here with me today. Thank you, everybody. Have a great day.
You too.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so now I've located the next part of the agenda here. We need to have. We're gonna go into executive session. I still haven't found the master list of the agenda that goes beyond.
Oh, I have.
Oh, next is Denise, executive session.
Oh, okay, and Denise is gonna have an executive session, so why don't should we go into the executive session for the county attorney first, or do you want to talk to us?
I think it is just executive session.
Okay, so we could go into the executive session and then have them and start and do the break during the executive
What's the
session.
category?
It is going to be one is litigation and one of them is
Not realty.
Yes, that too.
Okay.
oh,
All right, so, I would make a motion that we go into executive session for the purposes of the proposed acquisition, sale, or lease of real property, or the proposed acquisition of securities or sale or exchange of securities held by such public body, but only when the publicity would substantially affect the value thereof. I think it's
E.
Yeah, D, discussing discussions regarding proposed pending or current litigation. Is there anything else?
And did we do contracts?
Oh, that would be the medical.
The medical, and also F, the medical financial credit or employment history of a particular person or corporation or matters leading to the appointment, employment, promotion, demotion, discipline, suspension, dismissal, or removal of a particular person or corporation.
Why do you need to? Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
And we're inviting in county attorney's office, county administrator.
And our desk that invited personnel Penny.
Oh, okay.
She should be on her way over.
Okay. All right. So all those.
Recording stopped.
It already. Okay, we're back in session. As soon as we vote to enter back into open session, to have a motion to do that.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we're back in open session and we do have a resolution to consider authorizing the chair of the Board of Representatives to sign documents for proposed opioid settlement. Is that clear enough?
With Purdue?
With Purdue, okay.
Yes.
So moved. Second.
Any questions or discussion? Go to a vote.
Kennedy,
Yes.
McCarty,
Aye.
Wilbur,
Aye.
Martini, Marietta, absent, Dayton.
Okay, that motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay. Now I'm back to not knowing what's next on the agenda.
It's Steve.
It's just me.
Okay.
Can I do something real quick?
Oh,
Ellen?
yes.
We just wanted to amend the position request that he made
Oh,
earlier.
right.
And he said that we had to kind of ask for something a little different. But we want to create, fund and fill tax collector, tax enforcement specialist position and unfund property tax enforcement supervisor.
So moved.
Second. Questions or discussion? Anything?
I mean,
So what's it called again?
The new position is going to be tax collection, tax enforcement specialist. The old position was property tax enforcement supervisor, which we weren't able to get any applicants for.
And this is at a grade 10.
Perfect.
Okay. You ready to vote? When you're ready, you can call the vote.
Kennedy,
Aye.
McCarty,
Aye.
Wilbur,
Aye.
Martini, Marietta, absent, Dayton.
Okay, that motion passes.
Thank you. Did you decide to vote?
Yes.
Can you make me a copy of that and leave it on my desk?
Yep.
Thank you.
You want to put that?
Okay.
Great. Okay, I'll try to fly through this. The first thing on my agenda has to do with this deck, which I emailed this morning and also gave you hard copies. There's a lot of words here and a lot of details. So let me cut to the chase. The idea is to centralize certain of the administrative functions, not all of them by any means, into what we understand as the central business office, and either establish that as its own separate department or put it under some other department, possibly mine. The key thing about this is the CBO is very efficient, much more efficient than the way the departments handle these particular things. Okay, and so we think we can do it with simply 3 people, which would be the 2 in IT, and then 1 person from one of the other departments. And there would be no backfills in the departments that were going forward. There would be, I think, an increase because we're going to need some kind of supervisory level person to oversee that. And as you will see, if you look through this, there is a bunch of stuff that they will be taking off from departments. Invoices, requisitions, 18B vouchers, something that we need to do more of in light of the budget situation is basically strategic sourcing for commodities that all of us buy. Let's have one Hummel's contract, kind of like we do with states, but our own version of that. This group would manage all of that stuff. And what it would do is take work off of people like Michelle in building services, or Cheryl in health, or Dawn or Dawn's replacement in highways, to allow them to cope with it, in generally a whole bunch of other increases. What I am only asking for now is that this concept is worth exploring, and I would like to reach out to Penny, do a position duty statement, that kind of stuff, and then come back and probably in the budget process. So that's the ask for this.
I'll motion.
And they don't backfill.
And they will not backfill, because we will take their work that they're doing now.
Apparently they're not doing it.
But they would be doing more, like
They
they'd
would
be
be doing
doing what they're doing, but then they would
They-
take it on for the
They're
rest.
absorbing from other departments.
Who does the business office report to now?
IT. And you will see there are some IT specific functions
Switchovers.
that CBO, that these people do. And those would come with the new office. So centralized phones, centralized mail, actually IT's departmental salaries and benefits, personnel administration, this office would do that.
I do feel that it could have a home under the county administrator's office. I feel that there, and we talked about this the other day, but just as you're doing the exploring, I think in a flow chart system, I'm not really sure that we need to have another department head. But if we could have another person who's under the supervision of another department head, I think that the functions, when you think of, what constitutes something to become its own department, there's a lot of, is it something that must stand alone as its own department, or could it exist as a supervised by another department? Those are the things to think about.
Yeah, so how many people are working in the central business office now? 2? So this would put it up to 5?
No, you take those two,
So,
Get your calculator out.
those who
No,
plus
I'm
another
just-
one.
No, it goes a little bit, those two, and then one other would just get reclassified into being central business office. So IT would not suffer from their loss, right? Because they'll still be doing the things they do for IT, but they'll be expanding it to take on duties from other departments. So IT won't lose them in the sense that they need to be replaced. And
So-
then we'll be adding one
So
other.
at one point we had 3 down there, didn't we?
at one point, yeah, we did. But we haven't for years. And a lot of departments were reluctant to give up this administrative work.
Because they're afraid they're.
But we tried to select out only the things that are, if you will, give up. For instance, right, like Cheryl Strong in health, she gets involved in a lot of grants, understanding all that stuff. She should still do that. In fact, probably focus on that a little bit more. But this stuff, which is mostly our internal procedures, this group can handle.
Like the copier leases that every.
Yes, yes.
Oh, for example, you mentioned hummus. Everybody's ordering their own stuff,
Right.
right? So we should be able to look at what we typically order every year as a whole, buy it in bulk, get a
Exactly.
discount.
Exactly.
And
We
then
can do that
the
with a lot of
departments buy it from the central business office and it gets taken out of their account.
Right. And we've got people who can do that. And the streamline comes from the fact up here on the second floor, the auditors, the county attorney's office, our office, Alan Barnes, right? We all work with each other. We know what we need, right? And so we can just resolve problems faster, right? Because of that. We have good contacts with the existing central business office now, which really helps with this. This will strengthen that.
2 questions.
Yes.
So in here, you've got 18B voucher. Is this
Yeah.
the one that Susan has just brought in? A request to,
I don't think so. My understanding of the difference is this, right? Once all the lawyers and the judges approve a particular voucher, yeah, $50 for an investigator for this case is legit. It then goes to us, and it's got to go through our process to ultimately get a check paid. So that is, you got to set that up with kind of requisitions or annual purchase orders, and you got to pay the individual invoices as they go along. They got to pass muster with the auditor, and then they go to a check that's written by the treasurer. This piece would manage that latter half part after the judges and the lawyers say it's a righteous invoice.
my second question, and I just don't know the answer to this. So it says manage the bi-weekly payroll for IT department.
Yeah.
Does every department do their own payroll in the county?
Mostly.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
like
I
you
mean,
say,
I think-
how many times, like who had sick time,
Right.
who used, a day off.
Yeah,
who-
right.
That kind of thing.
They
I'm
have-
not really sure.
And then they report it to Penny, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Right. Alan
So it
does
all
it
goes
for
to
us.
one place
Correct.
at the end to,
It all goes to personnel, and
Okay.
that's how they build the pay.
Right. In other words, supervisor has to review and approve.
okay. Yeah, I was just thinking that everyone, wow, not every department does their own.
Yeah, and we might be able to expand that to some of the smaller departments. I don't know yet. There's promise for this, but I think we ought to start small.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. The next thing is something that I think may well require a vote. I think most of us are aware that we've been, our three departments that rely or get revenues from insurance and Medicaid. That would be the ambulance, community services, and the health department. And we've noticed in at least two of those departments, the ones with the biggest revenue into us, they've had a variety of problems and different problems, right? I won't go into detail about community services, but I think we're generally aware there's a bit of a struggle there. And I know Rob and his team are a little concerned about their billing practices. And what makes this really complicated is you might take Rob. He's got a dispatch computer system that's got to interact with essentially a electronic health record system that interacts with a actual billing contractor, right? And you got to have somebody overseeing that at a pretty intense level. I think we've come to realize because of the compliance issues. Okay, community services is a little bit different. Health is a little bit different, and they don't have as many transactions. I have been in contact with a number of healthcare consultants, and especially kind of a deep dive in a healthcare provider in this region. And they outsourced their billing processes for some time. And they found out that they lost control, that they needed more oversight. So this study that I am proposing that Bonadillo do through their affiliate Beacon would do such a study about 3 months this year that would look at all three departments and simply make a series of recommendations to us, right? Conceivably, we might even outsource some of the stuff that our staff does. I don't know if it's going to end up that way. I think the recommendations are going to be more specific, that has to do with what our team must do and how it works with the RP. This would cost $16,000, $16,200. And, I think we should move forward with it, get that information as fast as we can, so we can start, managing this. I have two goals. And the reason why I'm pushing this, one is I believe we're at risk on the compliance side. I'm not sure what that risk is. We'll be finding that out as we go forward. But also, I think we can increase the revenues we achieve from these. And I want specific guidance on how to do that, balancing the compliances. And I think it's unfair to expect me or Rob or Jeanette to figure that out. So that's what I'm asking for this. I've sent you two documents, generally a little white paper, and then the proposed statement of work for the contract.
So where's that money coming from?
I would take it from contingent. $16,200. As I said, we've got 1.1 million left there. I think
After today?
After today, yes.
So with what's at risk, I agree.
But didn't we outsource the ambulance billing to somebody and found out that didn't work? We hired somebody to do that?
No, we hired somebody to monitor. Right?
We hired a person to monitor.
Clients, basically.
Right. Now, I did meet with all the departments and their staff about this, and they all support it. They all think they need this information. They also say, Steve, don't make us pay for it.
Oh, out of their department line.
Out of their departments, and on balance, everything else, especially this time of year, I'm stressing out departments.
So you must have a
little
extra, because you don't have an employee, you're fun.
I mean, if she had quit in February, maybe, not quit.
No, she quit, she got done.
No, I'm saying that would.
We're gonna extend an offer.
Oh, you are?
This week. We found-
$16,000 offer?
Pardon me?
A $16,000 offer to pay for this?
He's talking about a new employee.
I'm talking about a new employee.
Oh.
I'm not gonna screw around. What, this is budget seat. All right, let me rephrase that. We need quality help really fast, so I'm not, and I gotta thank Penny for getting this stuff out fast.
So quick, we just to talk about the 16,200. So yes, that's, as we are holding on to every penny as we go into the end of this year and look at our budget. My question is, you had mentioned that we could increase revenues and we could also check for compliance. So there's two ways to look at that. One of the ways could be very measurable. We increase revenues. But if we're checking for compliance and we don't check for compliance and are found to be not compliant, we could be slapped at an expense that could far exceed.
Or exceed that 16.2.
So
Easy.
I think that the checking for compliance part is really important. I would love it if we turned out to turn out some more revenue. That would be great as well. So I'm not going to ask if we could measure. If we get to more than $16,000 in revenues, we'll never be able to measure how much we saved ourselves from not getting fined. So
these people work closely with our compliance auditor. In fact, we'll do this a little bit later. So there's going to be a lot of collaboration, and there'll be a lot of.
My hope is that they won't find anything.
Right.
But the other thing.
No, they won't find non-compliant. They will say, if you have a compliance weakness in your system,
It is this.
here's how to fix it.
Right. And the other side of this, if you ever get dinged for
It's
non-compliance,
very bad.
then you're always on the radar.
And this can show that we did some due diligence to try and correct anything that might be.
Right.
Yeah.
This is the cheapest I could get.
I move that I'm moving the managing health services revenue cycle operations in Otsego County as outlined with the Beacon Solutions.
Second.
Questions or discussion?
Does the motion have to include the name of the firm and the dollar amount?
Yes. So Beacon, 16,200. What is it? What's the real name of the Beacon, blah, blah, blah. Beacon Solutions Group.
Yes.
Steve, could we look at equipment? Okay.
Yes.
Process.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Any other questions? Any other discussion?
Oh, Carol has a question.
Do you want to vote for the budget transfer included in that motion, or do you want to have a separate one?
I can add the.
I would.
It's up to you
moving the
guys.
money from the contingent line to somebody's line.
Probably DOH contracts. They have the Bonneville contract and the exclusion screening and stuff, unless you think otherwise.
I'm good with that.
Surprise, Cheryl.
And I'll continue that with my second.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? You're ready, Karen. Oh, did you have a question?
Well, looking at this, what's this $1,000 for boarding, travel? That extra on that 16 too?
Out of
No.
pocket,
No, that's not what they told me.
estimated to be. Page 3.
It's included in what that's the on-site visit. They gotta come and interview people. So it is included in the 16 too.
Out of the pocket cost. Who's out of the pocket? Our pocket or their pocket?
Out of the 16 too. Cause I asked that very same question myself.
No matter how you look at it, it's out of our pie.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's
Yeah,
just,
but
it'll be part of the 672.
Not above and beyond the 62, it's included.
Okay. Just putting it there.
Good question. All right. Ready to vote? Kennedy? Yes. McCarty?
Aye.
Wilbur?
Aye.
Martini? Marietta, absent. Katie?
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes.
The next things I have, I think are gonna be shorter, relatively straightforward that you've done before. Item 3, reaffirm the designation of DMC as our TPA or tourism promotion agency. This is required by the state, and we just need a fresh resolution saying we do that.
Well, okay. Cause their contract is up for renewal, starting for like at the beginning of the year. So sometime between now and the end of the year, we have to prove their contract. So
The contract is a separate.
separate track and then.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of begs the question in an obvious way, but the state's deadline was, I think, October 3rd.
All right. So we had a motion and a second? No, we
I
didn't.
don't think so.
I motion.
I'll second.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Any other questions or discussion? We'll go to a vote. Kennedy? Yes. McCarty?
Aye.
Wilbur?
Aye.
Martini?
Aye.
Marietta, absent. Katie?
Aye.
Okay, that motion passed.
Item 4 is to extend the Bonneville contract into next year, actually from November through October of 26 for $82,000. And these are the folks who are, well, you guys know what Bonneville is doing for compliance.
So moved.
Second.
Is this is so specifically, could you just remind me what departments they are working in?
They're working overall, establishing compliance policies, trainings, that sort of stuff across any place that
Has
basically
Medicaid.
touches Medicaid.
Medicaid.
Okay. They also, as part of that, have provided a lot of assistance with department specific issues. Like, community services needed to look into some specifics. All that is part of this contract.
And so is there the hope that someday we'll be fully compliant and not need them anymore? I'm just wondering.
Yes, that I certainly have that hope.
Okay.
It looks like it's gonna take a teeny bit longer than we thought. It's not like a quick thing you can knock out in a year. But they are systematically working through establishing the policies and stuff like that. Alan, you're the compliance coordinator. When can you do without Bonadio?
Realistically, if you don't have Bonadio, you would probably need a full-time or a part-time compliance officer. And when you add on fringe, you may be in the same ballpark for cost. The Medicaid compliance laws are pretty complex. They're constantly changing. So I'm the compliance officer now. Paul kind of leads our discussion in what we have to do, and I take care of the implementation of that. But there is a certain amount of mastery of the subject matter that you have to not put the county in a position of potential liability. And I think, I don't have that. I'm in the county administrator office just doing this implementation. So were we to get rid of Bonadio, you quite possibly would need somebody to come in as a full-time or at least part-time compliance officer that specializes just in
Medicaid.
that area.
Okay.
Yes.
That's good to know this information.
Yes.
Question.
It is not the easiest system.
Got it.
And the other side of that is they have errors and omissions insurance.
Oh.
Our employee would not.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions for the Bonadio contract? Hearing none, we'll go to a vote. Kennedy? Yes. McCarty?
Aye.
Wilbur?
Sorry.
Martini?
Aye.
Marietta absent, Caton? Okay, that one.
Our fifth item is also our compliance coordinator.
Yes, and I'm going to make this easy. We are not quite at the point to have a revised version of these policies ready for you to review. So I'm going to strike this for the moment. Monica, Penny, and I will continue to review these and hopefully bring them forward next month.
And then the very last thing on my agenda is just the routine reporting of budget transfers that
I would like to know what that $35 is for the treasurer. I'm kidding. I'm so kidding. You don't even know.
Pizza at the last
Maybe.
budget meeting.
I will devise a form, send it to the treasurer, have him fill it out in triplicate.
Okey doke. I'm sure he'll send it back with a lovely note to me telling me.
Yeah.
You're in
Especially
hope you're happy.
Yes.
Steve, have you put together any dates for us to talk about the budget?
That brings Steve to his last point. Right? Talked about this the
Yes.
other morning.
So, yes, where we are right now is, you recall the presentation that I gave to the budget committee, and it was a little bit different than we were anticipating. Some deep, a big budget gap. And so the next day I met with departments and went through that. And it was a bit of a raucous meeting. There was a lot of sort of frustration about the whole project. As I and several others said, it's not like the board doesn't feel exactly the same way. This whole situation is very difficult. The department head would like to meet with the board, right? And I'm kind of thinking right after the October 1st board meeting, right? to talk not so much about the specifics, right? But about, I'm not quite sure what to say, about the history that led us up to this point.
Which we have been part of. So
Yeah.
we pretty much
Yes.
know. But the philosophy of budgeting. Anyway, I thought that it would be good to just have that session and then take it under advisement as we go into the rest of the budget workshops. So I thought it would be worth having everyone hear what that people wanted to say, but we would just try and move through the comments. And we know what we all know what the problem is.
Yeah.
I think that our presentation this morning illustrated it for us better than anyone could say with those lines intersected. So anyway.
I really urge as many as the board if possible to attend. I don't think you particularly need to commit to anything or anything like that, but these people are doing something that is really hard that they haven't had to do in a while. Even though they'll tell you, oh yeah, we do this every year.
Well, John
They
Miller
don't.
said he
They
has
don't.
nothing left to give, so.
They don't.
I gotta tell you, for the last 4 or 5 years or longer, I have pushed to get the sales tax to 8.75, which every county around us, Oneida and every other, Herkimer, are all at 8.75. And I don't understand why we can't raise the sales tax.
What department heads more specifically asked for is something that you have asked for, which they use the phrase 5-year budget. It's not exactly right, but what they mean is a kind of strategy that we tell the public. I don't quite know how to manage the political aspect of it, but to get some stability connected with the revenues we can realistically expect, like we saw in that. This expense, and we have been absolutely trying to rebuild the ability of our departments to provide services. I was just in a conversation with the department head yesterday afternoon, right? Who basically can't cut anything. And the reason they can't cut anything, and I'm speaking very generally here, we'll get to specifics at the appropriate time, right? The state says, okay, your say employees can only handle X number of people as your patients or beneficiaries, right? And if you, the county, decide you can't afford as many of these employees to cover the people who are eligible for these programs, that's fine. Don't fund them, right? Cut the positions. But if you do that, we will take the money we give you and we will reduce it. We won't tell you, it won't be a big decision, it's just your revenue stream will go down. In that particular department, they control us. And so we've got to come up what department heads want. They will do what we ask. They are preparing cuts, and most of them are saying, well, to meet your target, right, Steve, I'm going to have to lay off these people, and here's the things that are going to happen. Or, whatever it is. So you will get the information to be able to figure out cuts to balance this budget and maybe even some revenue. But you will also know exactly what the hits are.
Yeah.
that, I think that is the important part as we go into these conversations. It's not every department is structured in the same way.
There's a lot of nuance.
There is a lot of nuance, and we really need to be clear on what will happen if we do X, then what is the Y? Not the question why. If we do X, then what is the not
algebra Y
response? Because the state controls.
Yeah.
So I think one of the things that we're getting about out of this whole process is a much more thorough understanding of how our revenues that are tied to Albany or the federal government have a like almost downstream effect from what we do here could change what happens down there with regard to funding. You've got that position, well, now you don't have funding for that.
And I also think we really need to focus on services. What are the services we provide and what are we legally obligated to do?
Oh, yeah.
I think in years past, and this is only me speaking, that the committees I sit on, I'm very well versed in cuts to them. But the ones that I'm not on, how does that impact those? Right. And I think bringing all the department heads in, having them speak to us, we should probably listen to the committees, the ones representing committees that we aren't sitting on, and understand those implications of those budget cuts, because we aren't as well versed. But I think that we owe them that opportunity to come in and discuss with us, especially when we aren't on those city committees. So hearing the other ones, we aren't sitting. So I think that'd be beneficial to everybody as a whole, both the department heads and our board.
I would like to make a request. When things like this are happening, especially around budget time, you let us know so we can block off that time on our personal scheduling.
So yeah, we're looking at the October 1.
Yes, and then when there's a sense of how we're gonna do it with the individual meetings,
Right.
the sooner that can be nailed down.
Well, we need to have these meetings, the parent committee meetings, plus one other meeting called reconciliation at the end between October 15 and October 24. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to the office and I'm gonna lay out the specific meetings that we need you guys to do.
The sooner the better.
And I'll work through Carol and share it with you. I could tell you right now, some of these meetings, are gonna take longer than 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to be able to look at.
Yeah, I just need.
Schedule for that.
All right.
Do you need anything?
Some of them, yeah.
Do you need anything else?
Remember,
Did anything else voted on? I just have that hard stop that I have to be down at 9 o'clock.
Add it up all the.
I'm done. 1 minute.
Oh, okay.
All right.
All right.
Last week's NICEAG seminar. The Standing Committee on Taxation and Finance made a resolution number 1, urging the governor, Kathy Hochul, and the New York State Legislature to fundamentally alter state spending to ensure New York is on a fiscally sustainable path without shifting new costs to local government taxpayers. Whereas upon adoption of the state fiscal year 2026 state budget, the Division of Budget estimated the fiscal gap through state fiscal year 2029 would increase to $34.1 billion. A 250% increase from what was projected a year earlier, when the 2025 budget was enacted. The dramatic increase in the state fiscal gap stems primarily from, this is key, from state action that in order to address the severity of the increasing state deficit and prepare for federal funding changes, the New York State Association of Counties urges the governor and state legislature to make necessary and fundamental changes in the size and scope of state government in order to place the state on a fiscally sustainable path without shifting the cost for state programs and policies to local government tax.
So moved.
So I'd like to hand this over to Denise to have some resolved at the board. All right.
So we have okay. We want to pass it out of this committee as well? We could.
That's what I'm saying. I'd like this committee to
I don't know, do we need a formal vote or can we?
Well, you know, it's got a formal vote or can we? Well, you know, you got a motion, you got a.
So I'll motion that, I motion that we adopt that resolution as written by our county attorney.
Okay.
For presentation to the full board.
And you second, all those in favor, we can just do a.
Aye.
Okay. Do you have any other business for today? We have a motion to adjourn.
So motion.
Okay, we're adjourned. I will not feed to the motor.
Recording stopped.
Hey, Alan.
30 seconds, signing these. I know you're, or do you want to get?